Hey, so I guess Ben's not here, and I'm just sitting here wondering what to do. I don't know if he wants me to go live or not, but I just hit go because it's now 10:08 or 3 minutes past the start time. So maybe he's having internet issues and maybe he'll be here. Feel free to click the link in the description and please join, um, because it's going to be real boring if you don't. I don't have a whole lot to talk about. Let's see. Mm, all I really know how to do is talk about myself and give a consumer report, which is really, but hey, memo. Awesome. Here's a memo.
Hey.
Hey, thank you for rescuing me. I don't know where Ben is, but I was like, I sent him a text message. Do you want me to go live? Like, feels weird going live without him, but he's probably struggling with his internet connection.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like that.
Yeah. Well, how are you doing?
Doing good. Doing good. Just been chilling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How's everything been with you?
Good. Just like easing into the new year. I had to get a lot of bureaucratic stuff done at the beginning of the year, so it's good to have that over with. Yeah.
Nice.
How
Yeah.
are you?
Yeah, I've just been really just chilling
Yeah.
here. Yeah, just been relaxing.
So
Nothing
we
much.
were last time I was kind of hoping that you or your brother would jump on because there was something that came up. Did you catch any of last week's show?
No.
Okay. So there was this professor guy, like religious studies guy, and what was the debate? Like it was just really a semantics thing that him and Ben were arguing about. God, I can't remember now. I can't remember the words, but it was basically like we were talking about religion and how, like, if you look at ancient Greece, there's like a lot of mythology, but like it wasn't a religion. Like, um, you know, like Roman mythology and Grecian mythology, it was just mythology. It was like what was used to explain. It was kind of like their science, like what to explain. How does
Mm-hmm.
the sun come up? Who created the sun? Whatever. And and it existed in some form before it was like codified and maybe called a religion. I mean, we don't think of mythology as a religion.
Yeah.
And so they were arguing about the semantics. And I said, well, what if we look at like Native American mythology? So there's a mythology, but maybe it's not necessarily a religion. And then the other guy said, oh, that would be really offensive to Native Americans. And
Oh.
I was like, I don't know, would it? Like, do you consider, is it a religion or do you consider it mythology? How do you call it and think about it?
Whew, that's kind of complicated because it's kind of somewhere in the middle. So this is like Greek mythology, like.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because there's mythologies like the Thunderbird and all that. It's like they're used to explain like Earth, and like even if you watch Moana, that's kind of, it's not Native American, but it's similar. There's the Maui, the demigod dude. He's all the rock. I'm pretty sure people watching this have probably seen Moana, but yeah, it's the story of how he created this stuff. That's kind of a similar thing of how the gods are for the Americas as well. They just like used to explain that, but sometimes there's instances where like you could call on them for guidance and
Mm-hmm.
like I don't know what to call it, but like yeah, usually it's like, but you don't call on them. It's like I don't know, because really you just, it's like you call on the creator. That's who you worship, is the creator, like
Mm-hmm.
capital G God. But um for the rest of them, it's uh it's like um it's like Moana. But
Yeah.
yeah, so it's kind of both, just
Mm-hmm.
depending on the scenario. So yeah.
Yeah. And it's interesting because like it existed in some form. Like there was some point where that any given story was born, right? And then it
Mhm.
was just like passed on verbally. But as it's passed on more and more, it kind of gets like solidified in the tradition, you know?
Mhm.
Um, so like I just wondered about like at what point does it become like more codified and more organized, and so organized that, you know, we might call it religion, or might, I don't know. It kind of takes on a life of its own, I guess.
I see. Yeah, actually, that's a really interesting thing because there's a dance we have called the fancy dance or like the war dance. It's the
It's my
like
favorite. I
powwow.
love that one.
Yeah, so that one, that's actually a recent dance that was made in the 1900s. So
Mm-hmm.
usually all the dances are like before the 1800s, before the 1700s, but this is the most recent, latest, newest dance ever.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it goes back to what you initially asked me is how it, it it was created by the story behind it is it was created because these dudes were singing powwow songs and this horse was dancing with them. So because of that, they made the dance to represent the horse, like the bustles and all that.
Yeah.
So it's not like that's not that you worship the horse. It's just you represent the horse dancing. But anyways, yeah. So yeah, I guess that's like kind of something I was thinking about a while back ago. Is that it's because it's very recent and and it's also a lot of controversy between making new stuff up and
Mm-hmm.
within Native people because it's like that was kind of like the last thing that was made in general for different tribes. But like now recently, there's a lot of controversy with like people making like ribbon skirts or like certain jewelry or like fashion because they're making like art, indigenous art, but with modern stuff. It's like they're integrating modern society stuff with our stuff.
Yeah.
And some people like it, some people don't. It's whatever. But I really don't know what it takes. Long story short. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see. Like, um, yeah, it just kind of depends. But also, that's kind of what that's also what kind of separated our tribe because we used to do this whole ceremony together called the Sundance, but they split in half. My tribe split in half, like traditionally, into two different, not legally, but not legally. They split up. It's like
Just
ceremonial.
unofficially.
Yes,
Yeah.
because there's one group of people wanted to use a certain paint during the Sundance, like when they paint themselves. It's good, like a moon paint, and this other group didn't, which is the group my family came from, my grandparents and all that. And they're like, "No, that's not right to do this paint." And so they're like, "Yeah, they just like drama. Like it's just they split up over a paint.
Yeah.
But I suppose it's important, but it's whatever, it's a
Yeah.
paint. Anyways, so they split up, and then yeah, I was like, this was back in the not the this had to be the 70s, yeah.
Yeah.
And so it was like, oh, okay. Well, now we have three different Sundances because of our tribe's drama.
Yeah. 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 Right.
Crazy, but yeah, I don't know. It's
And
there's a lot
like
of colliding.
things evolve over time, and I think it's really cool. So one of the things that I have a hard time wrapping my head around is like some of the appropriation stuff, and I think it's because of the lead NE, the lead gather, and like no boundaries, like let's share, let's trade traditions and let them evolve. And so especially when I think about appropriation, like as it applies to like food, some people are super uptight about it, you know, like if you have an Asian fusion restaurant, and my NE brain is thinking, yeah, I understand like it's important to honor traditions and like the original recipes, but I don't want to live in a world without sushi burritos, you know?
Yeah.
Because I think it's really beautiful that cultures come together. Like you might have a certain way of making fry bread, you know, or you know, serving it with certain, you know, extras on the side. And then another culture might say, hey, that looks really tasty, you know, and then they do it too.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, that's something that always comes up for me when I think about appropriation. And like the same with dance too. I mean, us white girls, we love to, you know, learn dances from other cultures, like belly dancing and all this stuff. But it's like, how do you be sensitive? Like, how do you,
Mhm.
and I think about like a white girl learning Turkish belly dance or something, which I've done before. But then when I think about the same white girl like wearing a jingle dress, I'm like, no, that's not okay.
Yeah.
What's the difference,
Yeah. I think the
Yeah.
difference is that some are definitely used for ceremony. Oh,
Yeah.
look, it's been.
Yeah. There he
I don't know if
is.
it's going to work.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Did you catch any of that? I was calling back to our last conversation about religion and mythology.
Who was talking about the last conversation?
I was asking Memo because when we were talking about mythology and religion last time,
Right.
I was hoping that, Memo or Angel would jump on and weigh in about, Native American mythology versus, the codified religion stuff.
Right. I think I'm making you out. So you're talking about like the more organic side of things, where there's no separation of like the religion from the nation, like the nation.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just that the other guy was saying that Native Americans might be offended if you said that mythology wasn't a religion. And I guess like maybe some of them would and some of them wouldn't. I mean, Native Americans are not a monolith, so I'm sure there would be like a variety of opinions.
Yeah, depending on the tribe and
Yeah.
who you're talking to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this stuff works.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been like really patchy. The machine lies is the other guy. Yeah. You can come on again if you want. And Mr. Salt, jump on. We need more panelists.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case I need to get up and go pee.
Oh yeah, like the appropriation stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it just depends on if the dance is like ceremony or traditional or not.
Right.
Like sometimes we'll have dances where you can like round dance and stuff, and it's like social. But it's like powwow dances are also social, but it's traditional at the same time. So it's different. It's yeah. Yeah, so it just kind of depends. But yeah, the reason why there's so much backlash between like making new stuff is like it's not even for Native Americans. Like when we go eat at Mexican restaurants, it's like my dad is like, that the tortilla chips and queso, that's not a thing in Mexico. And I was like, what? Like that's just a Tex-Mex thing. And I was like, what? So, but yeah, it's not like it's like racist or anything. It's just it's food. But but yeah, it's like yeah, it's kind of how it is with but with natives they take it hard because I think they're so sensitive to it because they're trying to renew. They're trying to preserve our old traditions.
Yeah.
So it's understandable.
Right. And because like the languages are, fewer people are speaking the languages, so it feels more important to preserve things.
Yeah. So that's understandable. But I think there's a few that are sensitive and there's a few that are actually correct. But there's somewhere in the middle where they're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's yeah. So
yeah.
It looks like Ben's is working.
Yeah. It's kind of choppy.
Wow. It's not working at all.
Yeah. We can see you, but
you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you a little. It just looks like it's choppy.
Yeah, it's robot-y. Yeah, so like there was a time in history where religion and nation weren't separate, and so what I was pointing at was I think the first instance where they were separated. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was actually thinking about. You mentioned about how like Judaism or what is it? But it's not a or Judaism isn't a religion, it's a people. It's like, yeah, that actually does make sense because ours Native Americans is like, we're not, it's not a religion. Native American isn't a religion. It doesn't make
It's
sense.
a nation.
Yeah, it's a people,
Yeah.
it's a nation. So it's like, oh, that's what Ben's trying to say. It's like, oh, they're a nation. So it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I get that. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
It sounds like you're saying like was it a theocracy or a government ran by religion? But I mean, it's not. I mean, well, that's nothing used to be. It is, but it isn't. But that's whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have you been here to Eugene?
No, just Portland.
Mm.
Oh, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think it's so cool that your brother's here. Oh, it looks like his internet maybe dropped out. All right, so anyone feel free to click the link and join if you want. We drop out there for a minute.
Yeah, my internet went in and out. Yeah. But yeah, I just been to Portland. There's the Unity National Indigenous Youth Conference thing. So they have it every year in different city. So I was there in Portland.
Yeah.
For a week. So yeah.
Yeah. I just think it's really cool that, someone from the OPS community lives here.
Yeah, that's
really neat.
Yeah.
I'm really close to, Dave is up in Portland.
Nice.
But I've never gone to. He said, come visit. Bring your poodles, because I have poodles. And I was like, if you do not want me to come to your house and bring my dogs, that's insane.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. Yeah, he said that, but then we had the pandemic, and I never went up there to visit. So.
Yeah. It'd be like that. Yeah, maybe I'll be up there because it's actually a cool story. In Utah, I was gifted these sacred elk horns while I was doing door-to-door sales. So, but Angel has them at his dorm. So he's either gonna drive back here with them, or I go and get them and then come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Did you say you're in Oklahoma?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City.
Yeah. I grew up in Texas, so I'm familiar with the whole area.
Nice.
That is not a fun drive. I mean, right, this time of year, like if he drove back to Oklahoma right now, which he's probably in school, right? So he wouldn't. But like, would he go across the Panhandle in Texas? Would he take that route?
Actually, I don't even. Oh, okay. No, I know what he did. So what he did is he went, because we have family in New Mexico. He went to New Mexico and then he went north through Colorado. Yeah.
Yeah, it just can be so like windy and scary in the winter to drive that way.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm just a wimp.
It's working.
Yeah.
There you go.
I found someone to give me a hotspot.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Very good.
So what's up, guys?
Oh, drinking coffee.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm just doing January.
Ken Zilved. He's asking if it's working. I'm like, yeah, it's working.
That's really good.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of changes going on here right now.
Yeah, I wanted to see what your thoughts were on the whole.
Yeah. Is that just since the new Trump administration that things are changing, or because of the ceasefire, or what?
There's that too. Hey, yeah. So I have a friend in Judah and Samaria, and he was sanctioned. Like he has a farm there, like a farmstead, and he was sanctioned. So he didn't have access to his bank account or any of his money or anything. And like it's just him. So he was using his wife's account. I guess they didn't know his wife was not like they're not married or something. So he was using her account for a while, and then like as soon as Trump got in, he just got unsanctioned.
Oh.
So he's able to access his bank account and everything. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Huh. Yeah.
So that like that, yeah. I think a few good changes are coming this way because of that. But also the ceasefire things going on. So we weren't like the most forward base but now we are the most forward base.
I see.
What does that mean, the most forward?
Like you have to pull all your forces out, so we're like the most forward that we're allowed to be in, basically.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, we got
are your
tank
duties?
units coming here and stuff. No, same duties. They're actually using our base here as like a model to build other bases all along the perimeter. And yeah, we got we had a female tank unit here for a couple of days until the Bedouins here, what's it called? Sexually harassed them, and one of them went to what's it called? Military prison for it.
Oh,
So they got rid of them, and so now we've got like a reservist tank unit here.
no.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, so you were bringing up like the more organic mix of nation and religion, I guess, that the natives sort of still have.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, like the judge and the ritual leader and all that stuff.
Yeah, I finally learned,
Yeah.
or I understood what you meant when you said that Israel is like or Judaism is a people, not a religion.
Right.
So,
Yeah, and I know like the commonalities between Judaism and nations is way more than between Judaism and religions, I think. And like you could definitely see that in First Nations people,
mhm.
that there's a big commonality there too.
Yeah, it's so strange that it's called a religion now. It's like I wonder why society called
Right.
it a religion. It's like I don't know.
Yeah. Well, like that's the thing. Like religion, I don't know where that word or that idea or that concept was ever invented, because like at one point I don't think there was such a thing. There was like belief and there was faith and there was things like that, but like it was more organic part of society. It was,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I didn't see any place where it was something separate from the nation, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like so then if you were to extrapolate that and say like, okay, let's take the Hindu religion for example, well maybe that should also be going back to its cultural and national roots, like because it did originate in, like, let's say you took America, because America is a clear nation, right, and we can all see it and observe it today.
Mm-hmm.
And let's take all of their scholars, like you take all of Mark Twain and you take their universities and you take their court system and you take all that and you try to convert it into something separate from a nation, like a belief system or a belief structure. You take Thanksgiving as a holiday and all this kind of stuff, and so what you end up with is pretty much what all of these religions are today. Yeah.
Actually, I can see that.
Yeah.
That actually makes sense. Yeah. That is really weird. It's like the invention of the word religion kind of separated the people from religion. It kind of made that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily the word, because like the word, like I'm sure the separation happened before the word, because Judaism never called itself a religion. It was called a religion afterwards, once people started observing it and conceptualizing what is this thing, right?
Yeah.
And I think Catholicism also sort of gave like a yin yang contrast to it in order, and like they sort of fed off of each other and grew, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like it wasn't alone and independent in this thing, but it's like I don't know if the word probably came a lot later, but the word was something that was being recognized. It's like, oh, you see a tree there, and you point at it, and you're like, that's tree, you know.
I see.
So the tree was there before the word, yeah. But it had to, I don't know, the pattern had to be recognized in order to call it by name, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Huh.
What were your thoughts on this, Danny?
I was more just like taking it in and considering it. And
Right.
I mean, I agree. I agree with you because it had to have a beginning. And like, I don't know, you know me, I don't think. My thinker doesn't work. So, but basically, like,
That's not. I don't. I don't agree. You
yeah,
do
I mean,
think your thinker works fine.
like, you know, there were stories that explained the world, and there were rules that were
Right. Yes.
passed on verbally to make society run better. And then at some point,
Right. And
all of that,
traditions.
yeah, and then at some point, all that stuff was like really organized and made more official, you know. And then that's where this
Right.
thing, religion,
Right.
emerges, and you know, and it's usually about controlling people. I mean, it's about keeping that tradition.
You have to say that, Annie. Okay.
I mean, well, I guess, you know, especially if you look at Christian traditions, it's like a lot of it's good. It's like these rules that help society, but then, you know, it's taken over by people who are, you know, hungry for power and money. And it becomes less
Right.
about, you know, the purity of worshiping and living right, and more about, you know, keeping the people in line and keeping it all profitable.
Right.
You know.
So that's one of the Christianity is like from its foundation, it seemed to be a religion. Like there was no nation before Christianity. The opposite,
Right.
like a nation had to adopt Christianity. Like Rome had to adopt Christianity as a religion for it to, you know, take form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like one. I think it was one of the things that was just born. Yeah, it was born as a religion. Yeah.
It'd be the first one. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking about the Romans. I was thinking the Romans kind of invented it. I just didn't know how. I was being intuitive. I was like, okay, so it's
well, yeah, they adopted it, but then at the same time, like, yeah, when they adopted it, they also had to merge with it. They added a whole their own traditions to it. Like Christmas, for example, is just there's nothing Christian about Christmas. It's just a whole bunch of practices from all around the region that they all just conglomerated together to make a day, right?
Yeah.
So it's like like there's the Christianity as the Pauline principle that what Paul was trying to teach and getting everyone to adopt, and then adopts that, right? It's a culture, it's a people, it's a nation has to adopt this, and it has to merge in some way.
So once ops is integrated into daily life and society, it's a religion. I'm just playing.
What was that again? Ops is a religion? Ops
yeah.
is a religion? Yeah. I mean, it's like it's reaching beyond what it's supposed to be in a religious way, I guess. It's a cult. Yeah. Like they're not just talking; they're talking about AI and all the other stuff. Go ahead, Annie.
I'm having some observer stuff coming up because of, you know, like Trump is coming in, and it's sort of this shock and awe campaign, like breaking a whole bunch of stuff all at once. And so it's like you see a headline that really gets you, and then that's lost because then there's the next new, you know, thing he's trying to implement. And so there's just it's so much all at once. But the thing that's really getting me is the pause on the CDC and the FDA communication just until February 1st, because it's controlling information. So it's like, if there's a listeria outbreak, are they going to tell us? You know, it's like they're not allowed to freely communicate. And I don't know, you know, is there going to be,
if there's an outbreak, right? Yeah, if there's an outbreak, then they would get back at like there would be an executive order to let them back for sure. Yeah,
I hope so. But the other thing that I think they haven't talked about much, but was in the Project 2025 literature stuff, was about privatizing weather. And that pisses me off so much. So they want
privatizing weather?
Yeah, meteorology. Like, they're they're not monetizing the rain. I mean, they're monetizing the information. So
Okay.
I mean, although they probably are in some ways monetizing the rain, but so
Yeah, they are.
so like you would need a
Yeah. You're not allowed. You're not allowed the rain on your property in some states.
that's
Yeah.
true.
Go ahead.
Yeah, water catchment is illegal. We have barrels of rainwater, but I think we're
Right.
within legal parameters. You know, we do have two
Right.
50-gallon barrels of water, but so it would be like you have to pay a subscription service to have access to the meteorology, and then that pisses
The
me off.
data. Have access to the data. Yeah.
Yeah, because poor people need to know. I use weather all the time. Like if we're in this fire zone, it
Yep.
is helpful.
Yeah.
It's helpful to know something
Well,
is coming
okay.
from the east.
All right.
That matters. Yeah.
I hear your concern. Okay, yeah, it's like P gonna pay for what Trump is like. Basically, he's a one or a two, right? He's a scammer, and he's gonna try to monetize and make profit off of everything, and that's just what he's gonna do. Like, so if he can monetize the weather data, then he'll do that. But like, your weather station is going to pay. They have no choice. Like, if they want to broadcast the weather, they have to pay for the data, and so you'll still get the data. Like, it will still get broadcast to you. It's just someone's gonna have to pay for it. That's all. He's just
So when
scamming
they're
someone. He's making money.
When they're going to those links, I wonder if it makes me feel like they might hide critical information.
So okay, weather data is just like data collecting. So you've got all of this like temperatures and all of these wind currents, all this stuff all around the world. It's just data, right? You've got to interpret the data in order to give a weather report, regardless.
Mm-hmm.
And so the weather report you get, it does involve hidden data, but it's data you don't want to look at because it's combining the data into these patterns that you want to hear, and that's not going to get hidden.
Yeah, I guess maybe the reason it bothers me so much is because Russ is my weatherman and he looks really, really deep at all that, the primary data. So he's not just going by the word of the weatherman. He's interpreting the data.
So you have to buy the data, I guess. But like basically is like you need to know thermometer number 304 says. You don't need to know that data. You don't need to know what thermometer 412 says. You don't need to know what barometer, you don't need to know all of these specific data points. You need to know like the overall general trends and what's going on. And he'll still get access to that. I'm sure there's still going to be a way to like, it'll still get interpreted and sent to him in a more like abstract way. A more palatable way. Yeah. Don't worry too much about it.
Yeah, it's just weather's a big deal here. Like about a year ago, what we were struggling with was a devastating ice storm, and Russ and I were prepared. So so many people were caught off guard. Like, what? I didn't know I needed extra fuel, extra whatever.
Right.
We saw it coming, and we were prepared. So we just locked down, and we had all our fuel and food and everything. So.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's not going to be expensive either. It's going to be like Spotify. Like Spotify is monetizing music. You still get access to the music, but you got to pay your subscription. So like, there's going to be some like if someone like Rust exists, I'm sure there's more people like Rust that want whatever data he wants access to. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just
maybe like for personal use or something. Yeah.
And as all this changes, Russ will be in charge of that. He's the one who tells
me
what the is, so that's fine.
Right. Yeah. I wouldn't worry too much. He's just scamming. He's just trying to monetize everything. What Trump does.
Scammer, yeah.
Yeah. Just makes me angry.
Did you hear the Batch 22 he made on TikTok? It's like, if we don't approve TikTok, it's worthless. So give us some of your cut.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's...
This is a car.
Oh, look, it's a car.
Hello.
It does say a car.
Who are you?
Cars don't talk. So.
What?
Oh, that's Billy.
Oh, it's John. I think it's John.
Oh.
It's the narrator. The cool guy.
Is it John? John Williams?
Maybe.
It is.
You have the same name as the composer?
No, I'm sure that's not his real name.
Oh. Okay. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I met someone in a parking lot 2 days ago, and because she liked my earrings that I was wearing, and then the next day she
Oh,
booked
wow.
a massage with me. So yeah, she was just
Wow.
like, probably like she was probably higher play, and she was like, "Hey, I really like your earrings," and I was like, "Thanks, I made them." And then we went out to the parking lot and we talked for like 15 minutes, and then she was like, "Oh, give me your website info," and then she booked a massage with me.
Nice.
Sweet.
That was
See
fun.
what play does?
Yeah, so she played first, but I played back really
Right.
well. Yeah,
Right. Yeah. So now you have to learn how to play first.
I do. I do sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
sure you do.
it's usually in a TE way. Like if I see someone
Right.
struggling, like, oh, let me help you with that,
Uh,
and I'll jump in and help.
so it's not I like your earrings, none of that.
Sometimes, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes if because I make clothes, and so if I see a really interesting dress, I'll say, oh, I just love
There
the
you go.
lines of that dress, or where did you get that fabric? Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you look at history as cycles and stuff, you can see that there is a void in America with the shape of Trump. And, even if you hate him, like, you need the kind of disruptor energy right now because the status quo is getting very stale.
About it needs to change. It needs to change in some way.
Right. Hey, Jared.
Okay,
What's up, buddy?
Hey,
You got an interesting background going there. You turned into an observer overnight? What's going on?
that's a collage I did a long time ago.
Nice.
I like the hand. The little.
Hey, there's an interesting book that sort of talks about what you guys are talking about. It's Robert Wright is the author, and it's The Evolution of God. Yeah, I got it up there.
Nice.
It's pretty interesting.
The evolution of.
Yeah, that's probably backwards, huh? Anyway.
No, that's right. It's forward.
The Evolution of God. It's Robert Wright, and he goes into like pretty much like city states. He like tracks like animism to multi polytheism, then marries that to like in the Bronze Age collapse, there was like city states, and like each city state had their god, and when your god beat another god, then you won, and your god became all
That's
powerful. Right. And then then sometime like after the Bronze Age collapse, like there's all the religions and philosophies of the world sort of reset themselves to adapt, I think, and that's when we get monotheism. And so he goes through that, and it's pretty interesting to connect all those threads.
Yeah, I don't know about the last one, but yeah, it's. But like the thing is, like, where did the separation start? Where did the separations between nations and religion start?
You know what?
That's.
It's probably just like when humans invented the agriculture. It's like starts and stops, and then spreads out, and then dies back, and then explodes forward. It's so blurry that you probably can't really peg it down.
Well, that's the thing. The separation shouldn't be blurry. The separation should be very clear and distinct, right? And if it is blurry, then it's not really separate. Okay. See what I mean?
I see. I don't see the way you're.
Yeah.
It could start in one culture and like be incubating, and then another culture is. I don't know. I don't understand like why you would say it would be one. Like I think it becomes at a certain point it becomes like a shift in the perception or whatever. And like takes off, sort of like a genetics like spreads out and goes throughout the population real quick.
But it's like where would you isolate the genome? Like you have traditions. You have a whole bunch of organic, interconnected cultural phenomenon, including religion and things like that.
It takes someone smarter than me to tell you where those lines are at, but that's why I just say the blurry.
Right. So when that's why I'm saying I agree they are blurry, but then at some point they have to become distinct. Like today it's not blurry anymore. Today, like you can
Yeah.
point at religions.
Well,
Religions are formalized.
that's why I
Right?
said, like, from what I understand, like, you know, the Bronze Age collapse, it's like a period of what, like 1,000 years or something. It's sometimes
Right,
involved
yep.
in there.
But the Cheyenne people, we can point at them, and they're way after the Bronze Age, right? You can point at them, and you can't say the Cheyenne have this religion and they have this nation. Like you can't say there's two separate things there. There's no separation. They're the same.
Yeah.
It's all organically one, right? And so like I don't know, like let's say religion was all of, let's say falsehood, right? Let's just get rid of all the falsehood from your culture. So like we can separate falsehood from truth and then keep the truth in the culture and get rid of the falsehood. And let's say we call that falsehood religion, and there you go. So that way, you know what I mean? And so that way you could replace that religion with a better religion. It's like you can replace that falsehood with truth, and then you keep the culture. Like it's there's an advantage to making it modular. There's an advantage to being able to swap out the religious part of the culture.
Sounds good to me.
Okay,
I have no
Yeah.
argument. I'm not following it 100%, but
Right.
I'm just trying to think of it as like in Mormonism, how it works there. It's sort of like it is sort of its own culture, and they do
Yeah.
have a lot of English ancestry and Swedish and Norwegian stuff. So
Yeah, but it was also modeled off of another religion. Like it was already, the religious split was already there. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it
man,
should have already been born as a religion.
They're like the fan fiction writers of the Bible. That's what I call
Right.
it.
Okay. Why not?
Yeah, and that's something is how would you incorporate that into the U.S. because there's no really guiding culture, just a bunch of random ones. So it's like it's kind of divides the people.
But there is like okay, even though there's no actual religion to the U.S. that's been separated from the U.S., there is still like God is mentioned on the dollar bill, right? In God we trust. Like there is still that. It's not a religion. Like it's still part of America. It's still part of the nation. It hasn't been separated, but it's still there. Like there is still this spiritual element to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I think that's what Oklahoma's trying to do is make like Christianity like number one religion for the state.
Right.
And it's like, it's kind of a lot of backlash. It's like, so how would you? Because religion is kind of what keeps the people together, but it's like, it's different religions, and it's like maybe it's something with the culture.
I think it's quite the opposite because like the religion is what separates people, but then the in God we trust idea, where it's like, okay, it's not any specific religion, it's not a particular religion, it's a national mantra. It's unified with the nation and not separate from the nation as like its own entity.
So it's sort of like a fusion of the theology or philosophy into the cultural fabric. Sort of like what you're saying, right?
Maybe.
So I'm headed the right direction, I think, though.
Yeah, maybe. Because like you have the writings of who are some of your famous authors, like the capitalist authors and the like a whole bunch of different truths and thinkers and so all that stuff is all part of the nation, but you could separate and be like part of the like Adam Smith, right? You could take Adam Smith and make that part of the American religion, right? And let's just call the new religion Americanism.
Yeah.
And you can export America around the world and all that kind of. But like Adam Smith is Americanism. Adam Smith is an author in part of the nation, right? He's an ancient author.
Yeah, like the founding fathers on
like
Russia.
Yeah, exactly. All the founding fathers. So like we have the same. We've got like King David and King Solomon, right? And we have their writings and their songs, right? King David is a king of a nation, but yes, he talks about his love for God and things like this. It's not religion. It's a king, and it's his writings and his worldview. It's part of a national entity and not separate.
Hmm.
So like Trump, for example, is you could see him as a religious figure. Maybe not now, but like in 100 years, you could see him as a religious figure. There's
Yeah.
there's like some miracles around his diet and his rise to power, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So like you could definitely turn him into some kind of savior figure and make a religion out of him, right? But he wasn't a religion; he was a president. Like he was a president.
Yeah.
He
Or even
you
like
know
celebrities too.
he wasn't actually he was a political figure, not a religious figure. Same thing with King David. King David was a political figure who became a religious figure.
Yeah. Yeah, that could work. I can see that.
Yeah.
Huh. Like having the people in general like go into their faith, but also united within America, quote unquote. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I want to pay attention to some of these. Mohammed, the machine wise, is leaving some messages here, which are interesting things. So why don't you jump on the stream, buddy? It'll be way easier. So what's this Sanhedrin? I didn't hear about his Sanhedrin Con. So I know what the Sanhedrin is. I just don't know what he's trying to do with the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin is a rabbinic authority, like a rabbinic political authority. So I don't know what that is.
Oh,
If anyone
I
else
think
has
he's
heard about it.
talking about how a bunch of people in the Trump and his family are making a bunch of coins, digital currency, and they're monetizing, and that's inflating the coin because their name.
I saw
the
that.
coin.
Yeah.
Oh, a Sanhedrin coin. Okay.
You made that coin, right?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I haven't yet.
I think a lot of people are going to get screwed over on that.
Yeah.
I just can't see it not work.
Why can't I add him to the studio? I'm logged on my account. What happened? Oh, he's trying to join.
There you go.
And he said he has a book like yours, River of God. I don't know if you've heard of it. Heard?
No, I haven't.
He's saying, no, they just spelled wrong. It's they just spelled gold wrong. It's not in God we trust, it's in gold we trust.
In gold. I spelled gold wrong.
Hey, Jared, what is your outside temperature right now?
Oh, we've like in the last 4 or 5 days, it's been like in the 20s.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's been 25 has been our low last couple days.
Yeah, a couple days ago it was 21, and yeah, I put on my super thick one because I'm freezing.
Yeah.
I didn't sleep very much, so I'm extra cold.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a very important question for you, Jared.
Uh-oh.
When's the last time you had a burrito from Mavericks?
Never. I've never had a burrito from. No.
Ah, it's all right. It's all right.
Maybe I'll have to try one. There's one like 5 minutes away from my house.
Yes, like man, those are so. That's where I also became addicted to monsters and burritos every day. That was it. That's all I needed. Those burritos are awesome.
I'll have to give it a try one day.
Yeah. Like, I was always just so tired and just going to Mavericks. Like, that was, even their pizza and like everything there is good. It's like gas stations anywhere else is all hood and ghetto and homies posted up outside. But it's like in Utah, it's not like that. And it's like and then there's nice food in there. It's not bad. So, yeah. 10 out of 10. I think they got muted. But oh yeah, but I don't mind my asking. I don't want to be rude or anything. But are you Mormon, Jared? Or
I grew up Mormon. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I was Mormon all the way until my early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Then I slowly left and was out by like 27 or 28 ish.
Oh, I see. So you went on your mission?
Yeah, I went on a mission.
Where to?
I went to Denmark.
Nice. Pretty cool. Yeah, the religion's pretty. There's some cool and weird things, but I think they're actually really nice people. I like it.
Yeah, for the most part, they're really nice. Yeah, you're right. They're sort of cultish or cliquish, if you know what I mean. Like if you're not inside the group, then it's sort of hard. But they're like nice on the outside, but
Yeah.
they're sort of underlying meanness sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
did you guys watch that new Netflix show? It was called America.
Oh, American Primal. Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw that too. It was pretty decent. The portrayal of the Mormons is actually pretty good.
Everything was accurate.
Yeah, I got another book over there. Here it's the Mountain Meadows Massacre, and that they sort of based that off of that plot point, and isn't real stuff that happened. So
yeah, it's like I was also looking into the Mormon religion. I was in Utah, and it's pretty crazy. Over 100 years ago.
Yeah, it's totally weird. If you like, for me, I grew up with it, so it just seems normal. But when you go and tell somebody else, and they look at you like, "What you talking about, Willis?" You're like, "Oh, okay, something's not right here."
Yeah, it's
pretty. So when you were in so Machine Lies maybe later then, if you have time later. When you were in Denmark, did you get anyone?
No, I think he has a bit of time maybe on, but not a lot of time. There he is.
Oh. Yo.
What's up, buddy? Blessings.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here with the StreamYards.
I don't know, but you got a nice profile pic.
It looks like you dropped out and then came back in.
Yeah, it was like telling me I couldn't like connect, and then it's also not dark, the background. So for some reason my own background is dark, but when I sign into this StreamYard, it's white again. So that doesn't make any sense. But it is what it is.
Yeah, we call that an observer an observer issue. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some wild stuff. But yeah, it says.
So what is this thing?
Yeah, this is a Sanhedrin coin that I showed on my show.
Oh, I missed it then. Okay.
Yeah, let me see if I could look this up and share the screen because yeah, the Sanhedrin put Trump on a coin with Cyrus the Great.
Which Sanhedrin?
The Sanhedrin. I think there's
okay. So I don't know what that is.
Yeah, me either.
Well, there's no Sanhedrin today, so whoever's calling themselves the Sanhedrin, it would be an interesting group to look at.
In Cyrus?
It's probably a bunch of radicals, yeah. Whoever they are.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely radicals, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it might be like Shabbat Lubavitch or something like that. But I could be wrong.
I don't know. I mean, there was a legitimate attempt to resurrect the Sanhedrin.
What's your opinion? What's your
failed.
opinion of the Shabbat Lubavitch?
Shabbat.
I don't. I know there's Lubavitch. I don't know what this Shabbat Lubavitch is. There's Chabad Lubavitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Chabad Lubavitch, they don't have a Sanhedrin. So it's probably not from them. But they're an interesting offshoot. Yeah.
Yeah, it says Israel365news.com. New special edition Trump Temple coin minted for Israel's 70th anniversary, the end of the exile. And it says to fulfill 70 years, it's got Trump and Cyrus the Great. And it says, and he charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem. And
okay.
Yeah, and it says
So
the
he,
organizations that created the original Trump Cyrus coin are now minting a special edition, quote, 70-year redemption coin, unquote, focused on generating an international effort to build the third temple. The timing coming just before Israel's 70th birthday is essential, and the organizers see the temple as the only hope in averting the developing multinational conflict looming on Israel's northern border. Then it says, quote, the temple as a house of prayer for all nations is the source of true peace. Rabbi Hillel Weiss, spokesman of the Nascent Sanhedrin. The Nascent Sanhedrin. Nascent. Yeah, nascent. Yeah, so
nascent, yeah.
this is the organization. Yeah,
So
so
okay, so the 70-year anniversary would have been in like 2008.
yeah, but it
So
looks like
that
they
this
have a
is good.
spokesperson. Yeah, it looks like they have a spokesperson named Rabbi Hillel Weiss. So
Yeah, I'd
maybe
have
we
to
can
look
look
him.
into that. Yeah,
Who is
yeah,
that?
we'd have to
Yeah,
look into that guy.
yeah,
Yeah, but it's a
yeah. I have to
spokesperson
look
for
into
the
that guy.
Nascent
But yeah,
Sanhedrin.
70th anniversary was in 2000. So it wouldn't like it would have been during Trump's first term, I guess.
Yeah, it says
Yeah.
yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, it was during his first term. I think it
Right.
was like when he moved the embassy to Jerusalem.
Right. Okay.
And
It's like an honorary thing for him. Like he
yeah,
likes
and
those
then
little token honor. Yeah.
yeah, and then the guy who's his son-in-law, right? Jared Kushner, right?
Yep.
He goes to the Lubavitcher Rebbe's grave. You know, so the Shabbat
Yeah.
Lubavitchers, they think that this guy was the Messiah.
Chabad.
That he's gonna come. Yeah, the Chabad Lubavitch, right?
Yeah. So there's okay. So within Chabad Lubavitch, there is
I think they're
there
followers
is
of
a
Vilna
group.
Gaon.
No, yeah, no, they're not. There, it's Vilna Gaon was so they're followers of Hasidut, and Vilna Gaon was kind of against Hasidut back in like the 1700s. So Chabad
Right.
Lubavitch is like generations after. So the Rebbe is like 7 generations after. The few of them there that
So
adamantly
they're
believe
not.
that he
So
was the
they're not
Messiah.
misogyn. So they're not misogynim, or
Mitnagdim or
yeah. How do you say that?
the Mitnagdim are the Vilna Gaon camp. So they're not Mitnagdim.
Yeah.
No, they're Hasidim.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
Right, and okay, and so then during the Rebbe's life, I think he was a 2 because like to anyone who would come to him and be like, I have like you hear stories of this is like I have businesses and I can only really handle 2 at the moment. Which one should I give? And you would be like, what do you mean get rid of? You should add more, have more businesses. Like he was always encouraging people just to do more, and like someone was like, I gave you $1 million like donation this year. He's like, next year you should give me $10 million. Like you should be able to give me much. Like he's always trying to increase in the blessing for everyone who's coming to him. So he was like a very charismatic guy. He was trying to motivate everyone. And so a lot of people did. He was the Messiah during his life. And then when he died, people, just let it go. And they're still Chabad. And some people didn't let it go, and they're still Chabad. So then you've got 2 groups in Chabad today. Some who believe he's the Messiah and he's going to come back. And some that just believe he was a great guy and a great rabbi and, listen to his teachings and try to use him as a source of inspiration. So, yeah, they're a bit crazy. The ones that are Meshiachistic, they're a bit crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to tell you.
Yeah. I think he was like, he was what, like in the 1700s, or was he in the 1600s?
The Lubavitcher Rebbe?
No, Vilna Gaon.
He was the Vilna Gaon, yeah, it was like in the 1700s, yeah. And yeah, like a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it's something.
He started the Volozhin Yeshiva. Yeah, he started the Volozhin Yeshiva. Was like a long yeshiva in Vilna. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I watched a video on the Baal Shem Tov by Henry Abramson.
So they were.
Yeah, I use Henry Abramson in my book. I don't know if you're familiar with that guy, but yeah, I really like his
I'm not. No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, Dr. Henry Abramson. Yeah, he's online. Yep.
Right. So the Baal Shem Tov was during. So there was a split. There was Shabbatai Tzvi, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. So Shai was another messianic figure, and a lot of people propped him up. Right, and then he led a whole bunch. The most successful false messiah in history, I think. Like
Yeah,
on
this
our
was
side,
like in
right?
the 1600s in Amsterdam.
Right. Yeah. So he destroyed a lot of the communities, and a lot of people followed him. And so, anyways, as a reaction to that, they made Allah illegal. And so there were. So just after his life, there was a character called the Rum, which I think is just an absolute genius, who is trying to continue to keep the tradition going. And all Jews ended up burning his books, and he died at the age of 40. But we still have a whole bunch of books, and they're just amazing. After he passed, then that's when the Vilna Gaon and the Baal Shem Tov came around, and they started renewing Kabbalah. And so both of them kind of had different perspectives, different ways to go about it. The Vilna Gaon stuck to the more scholarly and traditional way. He was Gaon genius, right? So they called him the genius. Like out of all of Jewish history, he's the genius. And he really was a genius. He was a holy guy, but it's not attainable for everyone. Like not everyone can relate and connect to intellectual heights like that. And so the Baal Shem Tov came to fill the void of the common folk and to show, and to teach, I guess, like godliness in the common workday, in the common, in mending your field. He was to go against the intellectualization of it. So it's just two ways to go about it. But then from the Baal Shem Tov, that's where Chabad came from. Right. So I don't know what the question was, but yeah, that's should straighten history.
Well, I was trying to get to the bottom of Jared Kushner's beliefs, essentially.
Right.
Right.
So the Lubavitcher Rebbe is in America, right? And he's a lot of political figures came to him during his life as well. The one that people still think is the Messiah. And he had to give out the dollar bill because it said "In God we Trust" on the dollar bill. So everyone who would come to him, he would give out $1. And yeah, people would come to him. So it's like a tradition. Political people wouldn't pay their respects to the Lubavitcher River. There's nothing that. There's no. Just they're I don't know, just a cult around this one figure and the respects to him, I guess.
That's pretty alarming, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, but even people who don't who aren't deep into it would just go and pay their respects to them, like just as one of many communities. Like if you have a community there, you'd go and pay respects to the leader or whoever's worshipped in the Latino community, right? It's like that kind of thing.
Yeah, they have like a joint house resolution, where they're like, basically trying to implement the 7 Noahide laws. I don't know if you heard about this.
There's lots of different groups trying to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and in it, there's like a thing where it's like you have to respect, Rebbe Menachem Schneerson, Menachem Mendel Schneerson. Yeah, so it's
right.
Kind of weird. And it's like a weird little passage. It's like,
yeah,
you gotta respect.
That's definitely weird.
It's like, what the hell? Yeah. Yeah, I'll send it to you if I get the chance. I mean, yeah. It's interesting. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Like the Messianics try to, force their Messiah onto you and like force you to respect him and all that kind of stuff. I don't that this guy was like a bad guy. He was a great guy. Did a lot of great things. It's just had a lot of good information and teaching, stuff like that. It's just not like
it's a huge conspiracy thing.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to let go. Yeah, it's hard to let go your beliefs. Hard to let go, especially like the cult of personality thing is so weird, so real.
Like it's huge on Adam Green, because they have this clip of Benjamin Netanyahu talking to Schneerson.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Yeah, they met. Yeah. Yeah, he was involved in a lot of things. Like he was a big political figure at the time, so he knew a lot of political leaders and a lot of people. He spent days
Yeah, so
doing
they're
that.
thinking like, wait, like, is Netanyahu and Trump connected to this like weird religious
No,
figure?
no,
Yeah, but that's
no.
a conspiracy, is what I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah. I get the conspiracy side of it. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think where you see it other places. What was the most recent one where like people? Oh, right now with the whole anti-Trump thing, Trump is going to ruin. Like people are so all in on their belief that Trump is the devil and he's the Antichrist, and they're going to leave the. They're so all in that now that Trump's wins, and even if it's good things, they're still going to try to sell you that narrative. Yeah,
yeah,
of
I think
Trump is the yeah.
yeah, I think Putin has a lot of connections too to like a lot of Shabbat Lubavitch stuff too.
Yeah, and
Putin is a very interesting one.
And if people
Go ahead,
believe the
Jared.
narrative, then they sort of create it. Somehow they like
Right.
their
Yeah.
actions sort of make
Yeah.
it come true.
Yeah. So Putin's an interesting one in regards to his actions because he is in open like he is in war with um like I don't buy that he's friends of the Lubavitchers, right? He's against them, but he's like he respects his enemy and he wants to know his enemy. Like he's not pandering to them. He's playing both sides of the field, sort of thing. Like that's the kind of person. That's my read on him. Anyways, he's not a stupid guy. He's not a yeah. He and no one is his master. He's not putting anyone above him for sure. Not. That's my read, anyways. But yeah, you could definitely make a conspiracy around that Vlad Lubavitch stuff.
Yeah, it says Times
They're
of
just
Israel. Russian President Vladimir Putin has fired top national security official who recently drew widespread condemnation for calling the Shabbat Lubavitch
Chabad, yeah.
Hasidic movement in Ukraine a supremacist cult, I guess he called it. No
Yeah,
official reason
they're
for doing it.
actually really big in Russia. So their whole idea was to go to the most far away places where Jews are the furthest away from being connected to Torah, religion, all that stuff. Is just to go and set up there and to reintroduce Jews to their culture and their religion and all that kind of stuff, right? So that was the whole. That was the whole. It wasn't Chabad, but it was the Rebbe, but like the Schneerson. That was his. That's what he was telling everyone to go and do. So when Russia fell apart in 89, like it fell apart in 91, but like more in 1989, a lot of Chabad opened a lot of stuff up in Russia and in Ukraine. And so everyone there, anyone who is affiliated with Judaism there is affiliated through Chabad. So they will have a decent, I don't want to say influence because it's not like a political movement. It's more like a, get to know your roots movement. But I know Putin has respect for any, like he even though he might be at war with Trump, he respects Trump. Like even though he might disagree with Netanyahu, he respects Netanyahu. He respects like strong leaders. If that makes sense, he respects Trump. Are you seeing something different? Are you just looking?
Well, give me a minute. I'll be right back. If you guys can hear me, give me a second.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can change the subject too if while he's gone. Want to get so deep in this.
Oh, there he is. There you are.
We got two of you. Do you have your black background now? Did you figure out?
Yeah, we had a pretty good show last night.
What'd you talk about?
Well, I'm looking at Jacques Ellul's Technological Society. So it's a work. He wrote two works. The Technological Society and Propaganda, right? And yeah, he says, he says in modern society, all solutions are technological solutions, and then he says everything else is propaganda. Right? So it's an interesting work, where he kind of lays out sort of how modern society, because it's based on the improvement of machines, right? It's kind of different from from the previous orders of civilization. So we were kind of talking about that, and there's two main guys who make the point. One is Ellul, and the other is Mumford, right? And there's also Rousseau. He kind of makes the point early on. So we're kind of talking about technology and culture and civilization and stuff, and then we were looking at Lao Tzu, the Tao Te Ching.
That's a pretty
Nice.
bold statement, though. What was it? That's pretty extreme.
Oh yeah, Ellul is very extreme. Yeah, Ellul says that technology is autonomous. Yeah, he says it's an autonomous system.
So like,
So
what was it?
yeah.
The solution to all problems, or what was the statement?
Yeah, he says all solutions in the modern world are technological solutions, and everything else is propaganda.
What about the morals and cultural questions, or cultural or moral problems?
Yeah, I think Ellul would say that culture goes downstream of technology today. That there was a time when actually culture ruled over technique, as he calls it, right? So he actually calls technology technique because he wants to look at material and non-material sort of technologies, right? So technology is a very simple word. It's invented by Aristotle. It just means techne and logos, right? So everything has a techne and everything has a logos, right? Meaning that everything has a physical way that it functions, and everything has a sort of idea, of how it is. Right? So, there's a logos to everything, there's a techne to everything, is kind of what he says. So basically everything is technology. Technology is essentially universal, and
So what falls in the category of what did you say, non-material technologies? Is like what, ideologies?
oh yeah, stuff
Propaganda.
Oh,
like that. Yeah, propaganda. Yeah. I mean, there's like,
Yeah, you said everything that's not technology is propaganda. That's what it is.
yeah. Yeah. And I think it goes down to the definition of man himself. The Mumford says man is a symbol making animal. That's different from, tool making, or in terms of anthropology, they say that man's nature is cultural. That he's basically about forming complex, social games, which are indicative of the various cultural manifestations that we have. And for example, Benjamin actually said that A lot of our religious modes come from our cultural modes, or something like that. So
Yeah. I mean, like from our typology background, where like the things you're expressing about man or like humans is like different sides of humans. So like there is a cultural side to humans, there is a technological side to humans, and all these things are expressed. And so the limiting humans to just technology is kind of typologically false. It's like cognitively false because it's only one part of our cognition.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I found your YouTube. It's pretty cool.
yeah, he's a very important thinker, and he really influenced Kaczynski. So we started out looking at Kaczynski and some of his views, very radical. Obviously he thought that industrial society should come to an end, right? And then he took radical steps, that he thought others should take in order to make it end. And he was a little bit different from Ellul. Ellul was kind of a French guy, living in the 70s in France, and he just kind of thought, well, he was kind of looking at this thing, and his solution was kind of just to like walk around, like be depressed, like drink a lot of wine and stuff like that. But he gave a very elegant critique, and yeah, he says, like I guess, we open our show with this statement. He says, people are not machines, but given the opportunity to behave like machines, they will so behave. So it's a very radical statement that he makes.
Yeah. Wait. So what does that look like?
Well, I guess I guess another text we read was Kurzweil, and he kind of said, well, human brains are radically inefficient, and microprocessors could basically replace human brains. Right. And he said, actually, in the future, when this happens, you actually won't know where you won't be able to distinguish the human parts from the machine parts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, to a lot of transhumanists, human beings and machines are already pretty much interchangeable. Right. So I think, ideologically speaking, people already have that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, some people for sure. I don't know if the whole world thinks like that. I'm sure there's a lot of people would resist that. I know you resist that, right?
Yeah, well, I think we should definitely limit the use of technology. I think it's an ethical issue, and I think that there's a huge ethical problems that large scale technologies seem to impose on most humans, right? So I think once having seen that, I think the ethical question is A, to limit the use of technologies, and B, to control and have a precautionary attitude towards technological innovation, right? Meaning that we don't allow technological innovation to foster unless we are able to assess the benefits of new technologies before they're put into use, right? So we should not try to foster scientific research in those areas where we cannot see net benefit results, right? So I think that there should be a precautionary principle in terms of development of new technologies, at the very least. But at the very extreme, I think that limiting the use of certain technologies would be very beneficial to most human societies.
Yeah, did you see that thing the other day? Trump was announcing that
Stargate, yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh yeah,
medical AI, yeah.
yeah, the medical stuff probably would have a lot of benefit. And you know what? We're in competition with, like, China has no scruples about making an AI that would be very not to our liking. So if we don't do it, they will do it. So it's a
right,
race.
right,
And
right. It's an arms race, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
if we don't do it, then they will, and if
Yep.
they do it, we're not going to like the version. So
That's why you have to face the fact that technology is a global system. The technology is accelerating. They are forced to improve certain systems in order to compete with within the system itself, right? So, technology is improving itself, really. And I think that's the thing that most people don't really want to face. And that nobody's actually telling people to improve a certain type of technology. It's just that, somebody else took the next step, so you have to take the next step. Right?
And then,
That's all it is, right?
like,
And I think Alul really noticed this, and it was shocking for most people. On the 70s, before they had, internet and computers, that somebody actually noticed that.
Have you ever looked into Liv Bory at all? TML.
Who's that?
This is Liv Bory. This is exactly one of the things she's talking about all the time. She's trying to push this idea of bowel, like this lose-lose situations. She's trying to push the win-win situations at all. What's worth looking into? The way she's framing this, she's got her own little framing of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to see that. I think it's a net loss, but I'd like to see a different perspective for sure.
isn't it sort of like
I think that's how you spell her name.
Isn't it sort of like a catch-22 if you like have an ethical position and you don't want to do a certain thing with AI because you're afraid that it's going to be bad or whatever, then you won't do it, and someone else will. And you don't know if you can do it until you try. So it's sort of like a catch-22.
Well, in ethics, two wrongs can't make a right. So it's already gone in terms of ethics. Right?
Yeah, then
it's a game theory, right?
Yeah.
The game theory where like if you don't play the game, you automatically lose. So you have to play the game to win, otherwise you've lost. So you're forced into the game.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, game theory is devoid of ethical principles for sure. And if that's the kind of race that we're in, then there is no precautionary principle, right, in terms of ethics, right? And then you also admit that, the use of the technology is not optional anymore. So that's a shocker.
That quote from the guy in the Jurassic Park movie, like, because you can do something, have you ever stopped to think that you should, if you should?
Oh yeah, yeah, 100%. But obviously, whatever can be done will be done. The possible is the actual. This is a real thing.
Right.
So, obviously, we just have to prepare
a lot of these things. A lot of these things are double-edged swords. Like a lot of these things can be used for very positive benefits, but then like you can also use them on the negative side, like I don't know, nuclear power to nuclear weapons or stuff like that, right? Like there's a potential, if it's used right, there's a potential for good.
Yep, that's how humans do it. We're going to use the bad and the good. There's no way around it.
Well, that's the same thing with AI. Like there might be a right way to use AI, but we use it wrong. I don't know.
I'm not the best at typing, but I assume the machine wise is an observer and maybe an EP.
I think you're right about that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the mystery flavor. You hear me?
Yeah.
It's a titanium observer. Put it as titanium observer.
With the question marks on it. The package. Mystery flavor.
Yeah. If I had to guess, I would guess SEFI.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing is, speaking of typing, I've learned that Well, actually, it's not. Angel and I have been typing people's observers wrong consistently. Like people were actually SETE. We've been typing SITE about 40% of the time. So, and same thing with the intuitives. So that's just
Okay.
off
Say
topic.
that again. I didn't
Yeah.
quite catch you doing what?
Wow.
That means you're getting them right 60% of the time, though.
Yeah. We've just been typing people's observers wrong. Like a lot of the SETE chicks, we see like some of them are SI, but they're actually SE. So, like Haley Atwell, or I don't know, all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, there's incredible plasticity within a human. Yet, we can't change who we are.
Mhm. Yeah, so technology's propaganda. So I was like, so like,
Everything that's not technology is propaganda.
oh, that's not technology. Oh, I see.
Yeah. So those are big accomplishments for the modern era, I guess, propaganda and technology.
I'm trying to think of examples.
Oh yeah, huge accomplishments. I think major.
Quote unquote accomplishment.
Yeah, I think. I think it's huge. And I think it comes from the political techniques. By people like Machiavelli and stuff like that. Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, the USSR. Hey, what's up, Digital Denizen? The USSR put a whole bunch of things in place back when it was still around that are still playing out today. That it's like they started these things and then they go on their own track. Like the USSR isn't here, but their plans are still being fulfilled. And interesting stuff. And it looks like Putin is trying to continue directing them for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, he's KGB. He's former KGB agent.
Yeah, he is former KGB. Yep, that's right.
So he's familiar with the tactics.
Yeah. So yeah, they've got all of these KGB agents around the world doing what they were originally instructed to do autonomously with more USSR in charge.
Well, that's the thing in dialectical materialism. It's international, global movement.
Right.
So and that is if you read Carl Schmitt, about guerrilla warfare and that type of stuff, that is the main thing that separates the modern political partisan from the from the old style. Is a global quote unquote global struggle.
Just imagine in the future though, it's going to be like TikTok plus AI worm bots that drill into your head and plant propaganda from different entities around the world.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's essentially what this guy was saying yesterday, Kurzweil. He said that you'd have nanobots in your bloodstream that could turn on and off virtual reality, and you wouldn't know if the characters you're talking to in the virtual reality world are simulated people or real people.
Dang, I might as well be in the Matrix.
Yeah, it sounds like a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah, just make me a famous actor, rich in the Matrix, and I'm good to go. I'll jump in.
Yeah, well, you can actually do that already. It's like shoot yourself up with heroin, basically.
Right.
Just become a junkhead.
Right. They're essentially
It doesn't sound as glamorous as my way.
Yeah. They're essentially synthetic versions of analog drugs that your body produces that plug into your receptors. So it is kind of like a technology. They just don't fit in perfectly. So there's some residual effects.
Yeah, the reason I brought up the K thing is because you can see the narrative conflicts in society today, where like there are narrative conflicts going on, and you can see that there's something pushing them. Something. The whole idea of the useless idiot, or sorry, the useful idiot, is KGB constructed like their entire. You need useful idiots to push narratives. Propaganda stuff. So like the solution to it is more consciousness, to stop being a useful idiot, like to wake people up. How the hell do you do that?
That doesn't sound very profitable.
No, it doesn't. You can't scam. You
never,
can't scam just people.
yeah, it never has been, but that's what moves the game. You know. Otherwise everything would be the same if there was nothing to challenge it. But yeah, I think there's it's obvious that there's more useful idiots than ever before, but also that in the journey to not be a useful idiot, it's very hard to not get caught up and be a manipulator today.
Luckily for you all, I'm not very useful, so I'm not a threat. So you don't have to worry.
Well, like the usefulness of them is the symbolism of it all, of their ideology, shared meme, and yeah, I
Well,
guess
that's the
the
thing is,
polarization reinforces it.
Wait a minute. So I'm repeating what they're saying. I'm being useful. Oh, dang it!
yeah, well, they have a obviously, as Lul says, he says that the people that, well, first of all, power in our age is about who has access to the technology. So I think really what it is, whoever controls the technology, right? The people who use it, right, have to not be affected by using it. So those people become sort of mutants, right? So obviously, the people who create Facebook, they don't let their kids use Facebook, right? So this is the fact of the matter, right?
Yeah, the people who work at the restaurant don't work at the restaurant. From
My
the
fellow
restaurant, yeah.
Americans, my first act as a useful idiot is I'm going to create a worm that will go into Mark Zuckerberg's kit, so they have to watch Facebook.
Isn't Facebook just a whole bunch of hate on Mark Zuckerberg anyway? It's just like memes about him. Hate on him. Poor guy. Like the whole thing is just hating on him.
Yeah, did you see his 100% flip around? See his
Right.
interview with
Yeah.
Joe Rogan or any of those clips?
Yeah.
Like
I
totally.
mean, so the useful thing we were seeing with the Trump election, right? Sides kind of do their own propaganda, and like they were both trying to control media. You had like the left media and the right media, and the yeah, trying to control the narrative, and it just clashed because like they're both doing the what's it called, the propaganda stuff, and then you have those polarizing sides. And what's like you have all of Hollywood pushing one thing, and all of the useful idiots believing it, and on the other side, like yeah, it was just a whole bunch of idiots against a bunch of useful idiots. That was the whole Trump campaign. It was just really weird to watch. What's up, Hank?
Hey, Benjamin.
I don't know. Was my assessment on that wrong? That's what it looked like to me.
I
It's
can't
correct.
decide if I'm if my useful idiotness comes from my mom's side or my dad's side. I'm still trying to figure that out.
Why not both?
Hey, now, don't insult me now.
You insulted yourself, calling yourself a useful idiot. I wouldn't call you that, Jared.
No, I'm just joking around. No.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm not worried about politics right now. I'm worried about these damn hardware designers taking away my batteries. I'm trying to figure out how to work around it. I'm trying to learn some more about electronics so I can just manufacture my own homebrew computers that I can freaking swap the batteries out without tearing the whole thing apart. Ridiculous.
That guy who was who really hated Tesla because they were forcing to buy Tesla parts and
Yeah.
end up putting in his own engine in the Tesla. Yeah, it sounds like what Hank's trying to do. It's like I'm put my own engine in the Tesla so I can put gas in it.
Yeah, it should be easier, except the universities in America don't want us to know this without paying $100 million for a degree and reading all kinds of English lit garbage. But it should be much easier.
Yeah.
I don't even need to manufacture my own chips. I just need to buy the mini PCs and figure out how to put them together on a board. Not mini PC.
Well, don't worry. Trump is gonna roll back the electrical vehicle thing. So
yeah,
we're drill, baby, drill. We'll be all right.
That has nothing to do with my batteries.
Yeah, you can get a gas generator and you just do it that way.
If you want to make money, go and short gasoline prices when Trump starts drilling.
You know I may do that.
Yeah, just short all the gasoline prices. They're going to go way down. He's going to flood the market with gasoline.
See, that's one thing that freaks me out about Trump is he has all these ideas to do it, but I think he's gonna break a lot of systems just by doing what he's doing. You just break stuff, and it just feels like that it's not enough competent people ensconced that can actually get the things done and rebuild another system.
It's lame duck to lame duck, so.
It feels like a historical pattern. Like you need the disruptors to the systems.
You need them because otherwise the systems become stagnant.
Yeah, you're right. I just don't like the chaotic way to do it. Seems like
the process is rough. Yeah, the process is dirty. The process isn't fun, but the result is always better.
We'll come out of this hopefully.
I am perfectly fine with the chaotic way that we do it. I still need a way to pay off my student loans, though, because working doesn't pay me enough to actually do that and pay my bills. So
yeah, that sucks.
Crazy.
Wow.
I was cleaning out one of my filing drawers, and I found my payoff for my student loans. Man, I was like, oh, that's a nice, sweet paperwork.
Right.
Yeah, at least I know I have a good idea because I figured out how money actually works on the internet. Like I learned everything else on the internet because school doesn't teach much of anything anymore. Pretty much, money is always debt. It's always debt and credit pairs. So you have to just get a lot of credibility. Then you have enough money somehow. And you put people in debt by just making them feel like they owe you.
Speaking of which, I was having a conversation today with someone about cryptocurrency, and it's all going to crash at some point. I know that for sure. It's just until it does, people can make a lot of money off of it. But it's not actually worth anything. There's no actual value in the cryptocurrency, so it's got to crash. At least gold had an actual real thing behind it. This is nothing.
There's no actual value in a yellow rock. Come on, Benjamin. It's a rock.
Not-
Okay,
not-
but what about made up bits in a computer? Like, where's the? It's just really obvious to me that it's going to crash. Like all of it all
I
at
do
once.
my taxes
Then
with
it's
made
just
up
going
bits on
away.
the computer. I do my taxes with made up bits on the computer.
Not only does it have no value, it's setting itself up to be a competitor against the government. The governments don't like competitors, so there's no way it'll survive. I think the government's gonna steal the technology
even
and use it themselves. That's what's
The
gonna
technology is open
governments are backing
source.
coin.
They have it already.
Yeah, right. And some like Japan is gonna back a coin too, right? But I mean, like, even if they do all that stuff,
There's still nothing to it. There's nothing in it. It's value. It's valueless. It's just a container for money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but money it is just a container for money.
That's true as well, I guess.
Yeah, so what's the difference then? Like, yeah, the money is just something we all agree on that it's worth something, right?
There's no difference.
Right.
There's no difference.
So it's
I think the slight difference is that Bitcoin it's harder to print. That's the only difference, really.
Well, you don't really print money either anymore. But so the value of money is debt, right? That's what the value of money is.
Yes.
Right. The value of cryptocurrency is not. The only reason it has value is because the money has the debt, I guess.
Well, yeah, but pretty much money is not just debt; it's debt credit pairs. So
Right.
each debt has a credit paired with it because
So-
of
So because of your student loan tank, money has value.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
my I have a neighbor that works at a coin store, and she
Okay.
notices that when the price of gold is really high, people rush in and buy coins because and gold bars because it's really valuable. And when the price of gold plummets, they rush into the store and sell it because they're like, I don't want this anymore. It's not worth anything. So
so
that's
it's
really
telling them,
stupid,
it's
right?
telling them the value. Yeah. It's telling them what the
Suckers.
value is.
Yeah,
They-
but they're
they-
idiots. Because
Buy
they're
high,
doing
sell
it wrong.
low. Yeah, buy high, sell low.
But people are
The thing,
driven
like-
by greed and fear. So those two factors are just pushing them. Fear and greed makes them do
Yeah,
certain.
but if they just like looked at it objectively, wouldn't they just
No, they're not.
like I mean, I am not a very logical person and even I can see that as dumb.
Well, here, let me put an example here. So I can see that cryptocurrency is going to crash and it's worthless, and objectively, there's nothing to it, right? But
No.
at the same time, I can be like, I want to make some money, and I want to use this system to, I want to use the system and game the system and make a profit off of it. Even though I realize it's just a stupid game, I'll still play it.
Mhm.
So, like, that's basically what the people are doing with their coins. Like, when the coins are, yeah.
But they're losing money when they do it that way. They're not
That's true. That's
profiting.
true. That is
So
true.
it's backwards. I mean, they're just
It
really,
is
really
backwards, yeah.
stupid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they need to buy low and sell high. You're
Yeah.
You have to be at the leading edge, or you're not gonna. You have to be.
Well, that's the other thing too. It's a scam. It's like whoever actually has the coins wants those people to exist. That's how they make their money. Like without those people, you can't make money on coins. So now that you figured out the system, Annie, you could probably make a lot of money off of coins because a lot of useful idiots are, buying that. No offense to you. No offense.
I'm gonna be the first one to buy Bitcoin. Tell me where to buy it.
no.
I'll help you inflate it. I got you.
But that's the thing. Like anyone who has cryptocurrency is going to try to sell you cryptocurrency. They're going to try to tell you, go and get cryptocurrency. It's there's so much money there. You're going to make a fortune. Why are they doing that? Because when you go and buy it, you're making their coins worth more. That's it.
Yeah, it's the same as like a pyramid scheme. It's just in a different format is all.
No, it's exactly the same as a pyramid scheme. It's perfectly legal, by the way.
Everything's the same.
Right.
Valid.
Everything's the
It's
same.
something-
Yeah.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about like value, like because I rewatched Interstellar. Yeah, I rewatch everything. Anyways, it's like it's the pseudoscience, but it's pretty much like love is quantifiable is kind of one of the points of the movie. But it's like value actually is quantified. Hey, look, you came just in time. Value actually is quantifiable, but it's even though it's like a pseudoscience and there's nothing tangible there. I think there's some truth in that, and we can use it.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that. Trying to figure the whole currency thing and what the actual value aspect is.
Yeah. Because I made this joke recently to Angel a few years ago. I was like, the fabric of reality would crumble without the existence of FEs. Because like they give out cakes and cookies and you know. But then we rewatch Interstellar. I was like, oh wait, it would literally crumble without the existence. Because it's like it seems like it's still a pseudoscience, but I think there's truth. It's like it's actually one of the forces of reality. It's kind of a stretch, but still probably true.
Yeah, but can you prove it?
Sadly, no. It's a
Who, Hank? To you?
Can he even prove it to himself?
myself.
Uh,
I don't know. I think it's the same lesson that George Lucas is trying to come across with the Force as well. It's like the Force kind of lives in all things, but it's like her moves.
oh my God.
It's way out there, but it's.
Oh no, it's everything back to your and I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he stole it. He stole it from the Tao. You know, looks
Tao Te
like
Ching.
yeah, the Tao Te Ching. I mean, for sure. But yeah, I gotta get out of here. Yeah, I mean, actually, because I have to
I
drive to
appreciate you
Ann
joining
Arbor.
us.
But yeah,
Have a good drive.
yeah, of course, anytime. Yeah, anytime, my friend. But I wanted to say that me and Hank are gonna be hosting a debate tomorrow on Free Will, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So if you guys want to come and watch
Sweet.
that, it'll be fun. It'll be me and Hank. Hank will be moderator, and I will be debating determinism. The position of determinism, against free will. So it'll be a fun one.
Yeah, two debaters, two moderators. Hopefully the moderators won't have to come out of the stands to fight for the debaters. So you better study the machine lies.
Yeah, but
I want to have to bail you out.
Yeah, but thank you so much for sending me that email, Benjamin. I'm looking into it. Although the page numbers don't really match.
I noticed that. I saw your response.
Yeah. No, it's all good.
Response. I'm gonna try to.
Yeah, it's easier to use the paragraphs, but yeah, we'll talk about it. But yeah, thank you so much. Have a blessed day. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Nah, I'm not gonna help him. If he gets his ass kicked, I'm just gonna point and laugh at him.
Okay. I mean, it's stacked in your favor if you're arguing for determinism. Determinism is way easier to argue than free will.
Oh yeah,
free will is a hard argument. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. What I did was I made sure that the openings were longer. That way, there's no Mon Belly, and it's gonna be going like very one-sided. I'm sorry, just no. Pretty much, there's determinism and indeterminism, and the only difference between them is determinism assumes a first cause, and indeterminism does not assume a first cause. Free will has to be somewhere between the two, but there's no room. So, I don't know. I don't know how you could actually make any sensible argument using free will without using fallacies to distract the fact you don't have any ground to stand on.
Can you make a deterministic argument for free will or a free will argument for free will? Do you have free will to make an argument for free will?
No. But I could be determined to make an argument for free will.
So Hank, you're pro-determinism?
So I'm technically an indeterminist because I don't assume a first cause. But other than that, yes.
Okay. So since you're not free anyways, Hank, I've got a whole bunch of rules and laws that I want you to adopt.
Because apparently
hey, Manuel, what's up?
So, and I didn't get a chance to say hi to everyone. So, hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yo.
So what's
welcome.
Rules and laws and how they benefit me?
No, they're not going to benefit you. They're just going to constrict you and constrain you. But since your will isn't free, what do you care?
The answer is no.
No, but you're not free anyways. So you might as well just, constrict yourself and
The answer is
lose
no.
more freedom.
No means no.
Why no?
Because I said so.
It's not because you want to be free?
No, it's just because I said so.
Well, why did you say so?
Who knows?
Well, because
Okay.
he's determined.
Because of a
that's why.
determinist. It's a determined.
Yeah.
Yep.
Valid.
I hate to do this. I got called out to a talk, but I will be back later. So I don't know if can you guys hang out without me? Is that possible? Am I the center of the world, or you guys can exist without me? Does that work?
Annie started the show without you, so it sure should
Nice.
she'll be fine.
Sweet. All right,
We
Annie.
can try.
You got
yeah.
this.
No,
All
I
right.
got it.
You can try to exist without my presence. Nice.
No, the
Yeah.
Bitcoin is like the force. It's with us. It's in us.
Uh,
You can't live
Okay.
without it. So
all right. See you guys later.
Okay, see ya. Yeah, okay, so now, what do we talk about?
So quantifying value, if it even is a real thing, probably not. Just being crazy. I'm off in La La Land, the NF land. So
I was going to ask you, Memo, about the depiction of the Native Americans in that movie or that show, the American Primeval show.
Mhm.
What do you think of the portrayal of your people there, or of American Indians in general?
It's pretty accurate. The good, the bad, and ugly. Yeah, it's pretty. Well, the show is pretty dark in the first place, but it's kind of how. I think there's also obviously some light sides to it, but it's still accurate. So it's like the dude that was all like drunk, the alcoholic dude that went into the TV. Yeah, that's pretty common to their own people, and like like the Paiutes siding with the Mormons.
I was gonna say, there's a story. There's a lot of stories of chiefs would like try and kill other chiefs after they got intoxicated. So, still have to throw
Yeah.
that out.
Pretty crazy. A lot of backstabbing.
So they would just like play each other off of each other and use the technology that they could get from the white guys to
Yeah.
get one over and then take over.
That's right. Yeah, and then like the tribes, like the Shoshone, they split. There was the Red Feather, they're more warlike, and then the Shoshone, they're like peacekeepers, like peace chiefs. Yeah, that's a common thing with a bunch of other tribes. They kind of split off, or like the war faction. Like for the Cheyenne, it was the Dog Soldiers. They go off and fight their own battles, even though they're Cheyenne. But the Cheyenne were one of the tribes that wanted to be peace chiefs. But yeah. So the Cheyenne took the hit for it. So also the Shoshone have a similar story that played out for them too. So yeah.
No wonder it was so confusing. It's like so many different factions and groups doing their own thing, and then there's like no one centralized person that would speak for everybody. So like that's so much confusion that you could do wiggle room and then just take advantage.
Right. Yeah. And so, like from the U.S. government perspective, they're trying to, I'm about to say control, but it's like they're trying to make amends with them as a whole instead of individually, so it gets even more confusing.
Yeah, they can find a drunk guy or drunk chief somewhere that would sign any paper, and they say, "See, you signed it."
Yeah. Eventually, we played a hand in killing ourselves off as well. So it's crazy. I like the scouts that help the U.S. cavalry. Yeah, like the native scouts that help. Yeah, that is common amongst different generals across the Indian wars too. So it's pretty intriguing to see accurately. So yeah.
That show, like the violence is sort of like too movie for me. Is like John Wick style violence in the Old West. So that part rubbed me a little bit wrong the first little while, but I got used to it, I guess. But
yeah, that was definitely had like a more negative aspect to it that I saw.
Yeah,
Even
I know
though-
that. I know the West was violent. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah.
But it seemed like it was like movie violence that was just a little bit
Yeah.
like okay, whatever. But
Yeah, like Hollywood kind of.
yeah,
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
yeah. Like apparently the guys that made this were the same ones that made that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah,
several years ago,
the Revenant.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I love that movie. That one was so good.
Mhm.
And I just think that I don't know, TV shows they don't land as solid for me. Like the movie The Revenant landed way better than that show. It's still good, but
Yeah.
it just I don't know. Something about TV shows
Yeah.
doesn't hit all the way up. The medium, I think, is just too drawn out or something.
Yeah, there were some really long episodes as well. So, yeah. 10 out of 10, though. It's pretty good. And,
Would you say 10 out of 10?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
10 Jeff Goldblums on that one.
Yeah.
I gave it like a 6.5 to 6.7, something like that.
That's valid.
But The Revenant, man, I give that one like 10. That one's like,
oh yeah.
Yeah. See, like it has to be, cinematography has to be good, the dialogue, the plot,
Mhm.
And the themes that they're dealing with, like all that has to like land, and the acting.
Yeah. Did you watch that show, Angel? American Primal?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's pretty.
I
good
didn't
to
even know
watch.
about it, to be honest.
Are
So
you being
posted
good in
it?
studying?
Trying to be. I was gonna ask if anyone's a biologist, hit me up, because I need some tutoring.
Oh, I remember I took biology, and it was the summer. I took it during the summer time, so it's compressed. Holy cow, man! It's way harder than you would think.
Really? Well,
And that was
honestly,
like simple, stupid people biology.
Well, I'm taking general biology too right now, and the instructor, he's an INFJ. That's Blast Fleet. That's all I got right now. But he like demon SEs it and just throws a bunch of shit at you, and then wants you to figure out for yourself. I'm like, okay, so now I really have to go to the office hours just so I can get an actual explanation on this. But yeah. So,
That's right.
and I just got out of chemistry too, and that was interesting to learn more about quantum mechanics. And I'm TI, so I liked it. So,
What unit of biology is it? Like, what are you studying?
Specifically general biology.
Yeah, but I mean, what are you hung up on? Is it like the mitochondria process or?
Oh,
or
no.
what?
We're right now. Well, so like the first week we went over enzyme kinetics, and basically he gave us a graph, and then you have to figure out the Km of that, and then you have to figure out the Vmax and what does all that mean, and then somehow from the substrate concentration you can figure out the enzymes that are used to get the substrates. And
Yeah.
I don't know. And of course, I think more mathematically. So then I asked one of them, like, okay, so like mathematically, how do I determine all this? They're like, oh, and then they went and gave me like a biological answer. I'm like, okay.
I mean, because
not
isn't it ultimately math? Like the way you solve it, doesn't it boil down to math?
Yeah, but like I don't know how to explain it. Like I don't know. Like it's one thing to tell me just 1/2 of Vmax, and then it's another to say, oh well, you do this and do that and blah blah blah, and then you get that. I'm like, no, just tell me Vmax divided by 2. That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
See, I'm getting mad just thinking about it.
Mm.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just a little frustrating. But anyways, enough of my rant.
Spider-Man life.
Yeah, supposedly Spider-Man.
Number
life,
4.
Yeah. Well, speaking of number 4, we have a new Navajo instructor here at UO. So, and they're supposed to have like a what's it called? A welcoming for them. So I'm gonna be a number 4, and I'm gonna go show up.
So is this like like teaching the language or like cultural stuff?
No, I actually don't know what they're teaching. I just know they're in Navajo and they're showing up. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'll support.
Nice.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I've come to find there's actually a big native presence in the Northwest.
Yeah, I didn't know.
More than I thought. Obviously, they are,
Yeah.
but more than I thought. You know, so Oregon, Washington, and Idaho.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I was gonna say something real quick. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, where did Benjamin go? I was gonna ask him if his life was like Good Will Hunting. If anyone's seen that movie.
Oh, how would his? Well, he's having a meeting right now. He's in Gaza, and he had to go to a team meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But how would it be like Goodwill Hunting? What do you mean? You mean because
Well,
he's so smart?
Well, yeah, basically because like, have you seen the movie?
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, so like you get the whole point that good, Will, he's a genius. Ti, ISTP number 4, and so I was like, okay, so someone's met and knew number 4 ISTP.
Oh, I dropped out.
Still a valid point.
So what he's saying is Ben looks like what's that actor's name?
They don't look the same.
Yeah, they look the same. They're the same type. They're exactly the same.
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where he was going with that, but I mean, I know Ben has talked about when he was younger, like, the whole IP thing of wanting people to like you and being in classroom. And he would raise his hand and say, I know the answer, because he thought that was good. Like that would make people like you, but then it actually backfired. Like people didn't actually like that. So, I mean, maybe that's one parallel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's somewhat isolating, I guess, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's talked before about being into personality because, just for understanding people. Because if you're an ISTP and you don't understand people, then you want to study them and figure it out.
Yeah, you got to NT that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's how you end up here.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what he would have to say about it, but those are the two things I remember hearing him talk about.
Well, I guess to expand on it as well, like Will, he from his therapist's perspective, with Robin Williams' perspective, it had to do with loyalty. And as I was watching the movie, I'm like, okay, so this is number 4 IP. This is what an actual like IP number 4 looks like. Like it's based on loyalty and the strength of the bond, the connection. And so yeah, I wanted to ask Ben if that's resonates with him. But
Robin Williams is the actor?
Yeah, it's Robin Williams and Matt Damon.
Oh, Matt Damon. Matt Damon's the ISTP 4?
Yeah, Matt Damon is playing himself, and then Robin Williams is playing himself. And yeah.
Yeah, I was like, Water, isn't he like the TE?
Yeah.
TJ? Yeah. Well, I was going to say you should know because you're ST consumer number 4 yourself. So.
Well, yeah, I still don't think I'm pretty sure I'm the 2 or 3 or 1 in that order.
Yeah, I'm not the best at typing, but I've been saying Angels of 4, but I don't know.
So how does loyalty resonate with you then?
So like, the best way I can put it, at least if I had to like objectively look at my friends and who I talk to the most, it's usually people that like, I know we have the same like perspective on life, and like I might not talk to them all the time, but like they're the one that I hold closest to me. Does that make sense? And then on top of that, like the ones I talk to the most are the ones that I know we have very similar humor. So like I could make a joke about a dog getting ran over, and then they'll laugh. And I'm like, all right, bet.
Yeah. But what about like loyalty to people that you don't necessarily like share the same opinions and humor?
I'll like either I won't talk to them, or like if I see them on a daily basis. So like, okay, for example, so like my roommates, we keep debating if I'm a 4 or not, because I've kind of taught them a little bit about OP. And so they'll be like, well, you don't even know everyone on the floor. I'm like, well, yeah, that's true. Like, I only know like one guy, and his name's Sean, and that's only because he's Indian, and he's the only one that's not white. So that's the only way I know him. But besides that, like, I don't know anybody else. So like, but like, I would say like that's an example of like, I don't go out of my way to go talk to people if I don't need to, or if there's nothing valuable that I could get out of the interaction. That's usually how I see it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, as a 3, I think I really seek out well, I'm also infodom. So if I'm gonna go have coffee with someone, I prefer to have coffee with an infodom, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I do seek out people that where we're gonna talk about, you know, shared interests, but especially like shop talk. Like I do ceramics. I can talk for hours with another person who does ceramics, or, you know, the specialty that I'm into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Luna said, what about loyalty when you need to pick a side?
Well, wait, hang on. In what context? Because like, it depends, I guess.
See, I wiggle out of needing to pick a side. I'm really good at wiggling out of that, you know, like double deciding, like, no, I love you. I love you. Your opinion makes sense. So does yours. You know, I'll just wiggle out of it.
Right.
But I guess in some situations you might actually be forced, you know, backed into a corner where you have to pick a side.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes me think of race, and it's actually interesting because one of the books that I had to read for one of my classes, it was called Passing by Nella Larson. It's a pretty interesting book. I actually liked it, especially because you're seeing through, at least psychologically, the perspective of a Black woman that is a closeted lesbian, quite frankly. But anyways, there's a lot of different scenarios that she's put into where she questions herself and the way she handles the situation. But essentially, one of the things about her is that she doesn't look necessarily Black, and so she passes as white. And someone brought it up because we had to make presentations or whatever. But anyway, so someone brought up the fact that like race identification. So like you could be profiled as white, but you identify as Black. And I was like, okay, that's interesting because like I feel like with natives that kind of happens all the time. Like so like we call them urban natives. So like me and Memo would be urban natives or city natives, whatever you want to call it. City Indians, urban Indians. But anyway, so like you know what? Here, I'll just show you what I'm wearing. So this is my outfit. So and then obviously I'm pretty light, especially right now in Oregon. So
Alex
I look white.
Hormozy and Tom Holland, Peter Parker fit.
Yeah. So like, so I look white. So if anyone was walking by, they just think, "Oh, that guy's either Mexican or white." But
You can tell from your voice that it's that it's Indian, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. Even the way you say Indian, you don't say it the way I say it.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I never noticed.
I don't know.
That,
I'm audio, so I can tell like, okay, this is not, you know, it's not like a Spanish speaking accent necessarily. There's like an Indian kind of sound to it. Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't have known that until you said something, but I'll keep
it's
that in
subtle.
mind.
Yeah, but yeah.
But yeah, and so like, but like even then, like expanding on. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Hold up. Oh, okay. So like, if someone was walking by, they'd say, "Oh, that's either like a Mexican, a white guy, or," and they probably wouldn't think native because again, most white people are pretty ignorant to that, so they just wouldn't know. But and then if you look at like, I guess quantifying my blood, technically, me and Memo were 3/4 Mexican, and then a fourth Cheyenne. But
Mm-hmm.
and so like, and then if you break that down even further, I would say we grew up like Mexicans, but like we're surrounded by natives. So like it
Mm-hmm.
gets, so you're like stacking different cultures on one another, if that makes sense. And so I never thought of it that way. Like, I've made the observation, but like I didn't know other people could see that, and I was like, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think I understand you a little bit. Sometimes when I walk by, they're like, "Oh, there's a white Mormon pickleball player."
Yeah.
But yeah, and so I'm like, it never occurred to me like people have noticed this pattern. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. But anyways, I don't know what my point was with that. I just thought I'd throw it out, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think I read that book. Sounds familiar.
Hmm.
Passing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read that.
Yeah, it was a good book.
Yeah.
And the next book we're reading is Oreo, so that'll be interesting.
Oh my gosh, I remember this boyfriend I had. I was way too young, and he was older than me, but he was black. And there was this moment we were just watching TV in the TV room, and my mom came in and she says, "Do you guys want any Oreos?" And I felt so self-conscious because I'm white and he's black, and like my innie brain is going like, "Is that why she offered us Oreos?" Like I just thought it was really embarrassing.
At least you weren't watching that Seinfeld episode about the white and black cookie.
Oh,
I don't remember that one.
It's where they go to a bakery and there's a white and black cookie, and he's
Yeah.
using it as an allegory for the races getting along. But they ate it and then he got sick and he
Oh
threw
no.
up and he ruined his 14-year not throwing up record. So
Oh yeah. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Mm. Mhm.
So back to you being a 4.
Oh, well, okay. About me being 4, and since I keep noticing it, and I'm fixing it right now, I have been processing that I'm very self-conscious.
Yes.
So like, especially when I first started hopping on here, like I would always pay attention to like my posture, my hair, and like whatnot, like over analyzing details. And like even yesterday, I had to give a presentation, and like I've given presentations and I've had to talk to groups and whatnot. Like I've done it multiple times, but no matter how many times I do it, I still get like nervous, and like to the point where I'll literally like start sweating. And
But that
and people
is the
don't notice it.
most, yeah. But also,
Hasn't
I don't
everybody
know.
done that?
I think that is the most common phobia is nervousness in front of crowds, no matter what your type is. And I don't have it very strongly, but I do a little. I was the first one to come on this stream. Like the very first show, there was a live thing coming, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna play this, and it's gonna be just one of Ben's live videos. I didn't know it was interactive. But then he was saying, "Come on, people jump on, people jump on." And then I felt nervous for him because no one was jumping on. And so then I jumped on and like my hair wasn't even brushed and like I felt really nervous. Like because I was like, "Oh shit, this is supposed to be interactive." And like I don't know if anyone's gonna, if I don't jump on, maybe no one else will. And I had this like nervousness about him like just sort of floundering, trying to, get the thing going.
Right.
Yeah, so that was, the first few times I was more self-conscious, but then, after that, not really. But I think like a lot of people have that regardless of what their type is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the norm, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. I'm Demon FE.
I think it's the norm. I think, yeah, like I remember when I was in school, we had to do the first week, they give you all the assignments for the big project you have to do. We had to do a presentation, and I was like, oh, I was already dreading it and already nervous. And this girl that was sitting next to me, she was like, really, you're nervous? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, she does like stand-up comedy and all this other stuff. So I was like, okay, well, I think it depends on if you've been exposed or not. But even with me, like when I was a little kid, we'd have to get up in church and like give speeches and stuff, and I'd be so nervous. Oh my gosh, it was like you were forced to do it. Like when you're like 5 years old, you're forced to go up there and do this stuff. So you get more exercise and practice, and then when you're older, it's not as bad. So I'm just like, did you have many opportunities? Did you have to do any presentations when you were younger or in high school? I'm sure there's some, but
a little bit in high school, and then a lot when I was at SIPI. But besides that, I was about it.
Yeah, it's probably just practice, and you'll get better, probably.
See, I would agree with that, but that guy right there, he's probably the one. He actually wants to get on the stage. Yeah, I'll let him talk about that. But
yeah, it's been a long time coming.
You want to actually be what? Oh, on the stage?
I guess, yeah. I don't know if I want to.
You have that natural performer type.
Yes, but I kind of forced it that way because I used to like have real bad anxiety, like hives and all that, and like social, whatever it's called. But I got over it and went to this Unity conference. Like I told Annie earlier, and then I spoke. I was like MC. It was like 2,000 attendees. And that was like a big jump, and that kind of broke the ice. And then it was after that, it was like, oh, okay, whatever. And then since then, I've been doing like speaking gigs or like stuff that puts me out there. Even though I don't know what my last animal is, but I know I'm sleepover play. So that kind of got me playing and doing stuff. So now I just kind of do it. But even then, I still don't talk much on the live show. Do it right now. So I still got work to do. But it's all right. So yeah, now I kind of work to do stuff like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think you just get used to it. I think most people are afraid, and then with a lot of exposure, some people will get way more comfortable, but then there's probably like a group that just won't get more comfortable no matter what, because the fear is just stronger. But like I've played guitar in front of a lot of people and performed. I mean, when I was like 16, I played in front of Jackson Brown. He was like in the room while I was playing. And so it's kind of like after you do something like that, you just kind of get over it, And then making YouTube videos, it's so embarrassing to have a YouTube channel, so it's awful. Like especially like if somebody comments on a video I made 5 years ago, I'm like, oh, I don't want to go back and watch it to see the context of what they're talking about because I don't want to see myself 5 years ago. It's terrible. But like you do get more and more comfortable with it.
Do you get nervous right before you're performing though?
Well, like only because it's been a long time, but if I was doing open mic every weekend like I used to, then there's a point where that just kind of goes away. Or like you make mistakes and you're just like, haha, I made a mistake, and you just roll through.
Yeah, because I've performed a couple times and like I'm super, super nervous right before it happened, but then after I get up there, then it relaxes and you're like, okay. And one time it was like just for our neighborhood had a party at the park. This is several years ago, and I was playing this song, and I was practicing the night before, and my wife was like listening, and then when I performed it, she's like, "Why didn't you do as good as you did last night?" I'm like, "Because there was a crowd."
Yeah, it's like once you get that momentum going, it's good. That's the law of momentum in this book. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Do you worry about people who you know in real life watching your channel, Lunacy?
Yeah, I mean, like my family, my extended family, maybe just because they're really conservative and I'm this weird Oregon girl, it's like probably way more progressive than them. And I think for the most part, they don't know about it. I don't want my mom to watch it, but she does know about it. And so sometimes I'll make a mistake and I'll say, "Oh, I made a video today," and she says, what was it about?" And I'll describe what it was about, and she'll say, "Maybe I'll watch it," and I'll say, "No, don't, just don't watch it." Because you need that freedom, I think that's something that we all want, is like we want to be adults and express ourselves fully without our parents watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you like sort of look at human history, like a lot of the times, like your parents would be passed away by the time you're an adult. Like it's sort of a luxury to
Mhm.
have like you would have older people. Like it's not impossible in the thousands of years ago, but there'd be
Mhm.
fewer around. So
I am really careful because I have massage therapy clients, the ones I will tell about my channel and the ones I won't. It's very few massage clients that I'll tell about my channel. I have to make sure that they're not going to be offended by anything that's
Yeah.
on there. Yeah.
yeah, because that could turn them off from coming back, huh?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but sometimes I just get on a good wavelength with a client and they're chatty and we're talking about stuff and it turns out that the content I'm making would actually appeal to them. So then in that case I would tell them about the channel.
Yeah. I've
Uh,
been I've been putting out some music on my Instagram, but it's like just like little real quick riffs and stuff like that.
Nice.
Nothing too.
He's back from his mission.
All right.
W.
What was the meeting about?
We were just getting yelled at
Oh.
by
Oh,
someone higher up. Yeah, I just wanted to drill discipline into us, I guess. I don't know.
y'all need to get in line.
Yeah, yeah, we're in line now.
Good.
Sounds like a TE. They take the role of a TE.
Yeah, I agree. No, no, I agree that he's T. I don't know if that's the role of a T, but he is T. Yeah.
Oh, Angel had a question for you about. Yeah, I'll let it pass.
yeah, have you ever seen the movie Good Will Hunting?
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah.
How did you feel when you watched it?
You're asking about feelings, and for me to remember feelings?
Yeah,
No,
man.
sorry, I can't do that.
Or okay, you're right. Ti question. What was your
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
process watching it? And what you notice?
I mean, I agreed with a lot of the four stuff he was all about, like just working in normal days work and like that whole philosophy where like could have been something, but he just wanted to be a fool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that resonated with me.
Did you I'm just curious. Has your life played out that way as well? Like I mean, obviously not word like play by play. Has it been a similar arc?
I don't know and know how my life has played out. I'm sometimes like a part of it. Yes, maybe.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So I think what he's asking is, have you ever been mistaken for Matt Damon?
Well, I just lost my memory and was like a lot of ass, but then I remembered who I was.
Was that before or after you went to Mars?
Oh, I don't remember the order actually. Which came first?
Well, technically, if we go from Good Will Hunting and then splits into two different, because he goes from um, going to Mars, goes to some ice planet in another galaxy. So depends on which.
Okay.
Thanos.
Thanos. Everything's related to something. Oh God.
Yeah, intuitive.
What happened to Hank? We lost.
I don't know. He just kind of dipped.
Hmm.
Yeah, me and Hank are both
He
NI.
found a battery for his computer, so he's good.
Sweet.
Yeah. Well, Angel
How's
Knight Reed.
university going for you, Manuel?
It's going all right. You missed my rant earlier about biologists and how they don't use PI, and it's pissing me off because I'm not understanding anything in biology.
Oh,
But chemistry, I'm loving it right now. So I ain't complaining.
right. Yeah, I wonder what happened to Nico. He stopped. He ended up failing out of his term.
Mhm.
Oh, really?
So I hope he's doing okay. He wanted to talk to me a while back, and I never got back to him.
Yeah, he messaged me on Xbox. He said
So
his
I
Xbox
hope you do well, Angel.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll see. Probably gonna have to start going to office hours, and actually going, actually start communicating with other people, and be like, "Hey, I'm stuck on this. Are you stuck on that? Oh, okay, great. Let's work on it together." Blah blah blah. So,
Accept the fact that you're number 4. Start leaning
sure.
into it.
What's this one?
Oh, we were discussing Native Americans. Well, first it started with Primeval or Primordial. I don't remember the show.
American Primeval TV show.
Yeah, it's a TV show. It has natives on there, and then I talked about identity and race because Luna asked, "What about loyalty when you need to pick a side?" And I took it to race, and talked about how it's 3/4 Mexican. Me and Memo are 3/4 Mexican, a quarter Cheyenne, and how we grew up was kind of more Mexican, but we were brown. So that's where that came from. Oh, and then Annie made the observation that I sound native and not white. So I was like, oh, all right. It never occurred to me, but good to know.
Yeah, I do want to disagree with the race thing because I would say that I would think it's more like a culture thing where you're to a lie because you could have a completely white person who would be against your race, I guess.
Mm.
I don't know if you know what I'm saying.
No, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Like you can technically have someone of the same race but be against you. Whereas like culture you couldn't, right?
Well, and I was talking about this book called and black woman, and the character.
Is
I
he
would
breaking
argue
up for anyone else?
No, he's just quiet.
who's quiet.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
hear it breaking up a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, some words are dropping out. Yeah.
oh okay.
So you were talking about the book you're reading called Passing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Passing, it was written by Nella Larson. And essentially, I would argue that the lead character was based off of herself because the main character is also a black woman and a closeted lesbian, but is profiled as white, but she identifies as black. And that's kind of where I was talking earlier about like people might be like Mexican or white or something other than native, but Memo and I identify as native, even though we're 3/4 Mexican. But yeah, so
Yeah.
But culturally, you identify more as a native than a Mexican, I guess.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you're processing being number 1 on the bottom.
Oh, me?
Yeah,
Sure, if that's how you want to interpret that.
just kidding. Alright. Yeah, I'm not the best typer, like I said, but I'm pretty sure Angel's a 4, and he's Peter Parker and Travis Kelsey. So, yeah, after living with you for a week, man, I was like, okay, I think Angel's not a 2. Like he's just not a 2. And being with 2s everywhere, every mission I go, there's always a 2 working crack addict that's always has, oh, I gotta do this, gotta do that. It's like Angel's not doing that, so he has to be a 4. But I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm not. I don't know.
Do you think Angel could be Infodom and not Blast Last?
He could be as well, but I don't know. Sleep Blast or I don't know.
Yeah, that would make him Sleep Last. Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah. Then again, I don't.
How did you feel watching that movie, Angel?
I don't remember why I watched it. Actually, I forgot what I watched right before. I watched some movie. Cry. All right, bet I want to cry again. So then I watched Good Will Hunting. So, because I don't know, I resonate with the whole like ooh, blah blah blah. But then you're dealt a shit hand, so now you got to do what you got to do with it. But yeah, I thought it was interesting that because that's another thing. When I was younger, I never really understood like people would always like make it a point that, oh, you're smart. I'm like, okay, I guess, but and I always wonder like, and then people will always try it like when I was younger, try to push me to like do better, and like I don't know, what's the word for? Yeah, I guess do better. That's all I can think of, and so I always like, okay, sure, whatever. But then I always wondered, like in the back of my head, like, okay, why does this matter so much to them? And then watching Good Will Hunting and like how the people around him, like it was Ben Affleck.
Right.
He tells like, if you're still here in 20 years and you come over to my house and to watch a game and drink some beer, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And I was like, and kind of his reaction was like, what? Like what the fuck? And I was also kind of thrown back by that. I'm like, why? And then and he's like, if any one of us had what you had, we'd be out of here. And I was like, oh, so like they see him as wasting his intelligence.
Yeah, wasting his potential.
Yeah, and so and like people have always told me like I have potential. And I always like, okay, I guess.
Yeah.
But that's how I know I'm not a 1. Okay, yeah, that right there's 3. So
Well, I mean, you are at university, I guess. You're not completely wasting it. If you're at least investing it in student debt, so you're gonna have to work and pay it off.
right. Well, I'm willing to bet in the next 4 years, Trump is gonna get us into World War III. Me and Memo will probably be over there with you, fighting China.
In Taiwan.
So you're going to join, or do you think there's going to be a draft?
Oh no! If World War III happens, they're shipping us over.
Draft.
Especially if China's involved.
Do you think people will not like boycott the draft? Like not go to the draft?
The only way you can not avoid the draft is if you're injured and if anything.
No, I mean,
gun purchases.
You're studying biology, chemistry, so they might find something to do with you in that domain. Not like most soldiers aren't on the front lines.
Yeah, so what you can do is what my father did, because he was in his draft number was really low during Vietnam. And so instead of being drafted, he joined the Navy and got into a specialist position so that he could do something that was actually suited to his character rather than being forced into, like a boots on the ground sort of position.
Right. Well, as older brother and as number 4, I know that guy over there going over.
Front lines. Yeah.
I mean, like today, you have traders, you have a lot of construction workers that are in the army. You have like delivery truck drivers. You have like just so much logistics that has to happen. There's just, I think the stats here is like 11 soldiers to every frontline person for every infantry. There's 11, so like it's like 1 in 12 chance to be on the front lines.
I figure if there's a draft, I'll become an expert potato peeler. That'll be my niche.
Be in the kitchen doing culinary.
Hey,
Yeah, man.
Jared, aren't you too old?
Well, if we went to war, I would volunteer to fill in someplace. I mean,
Yeah, culinary.
like
Yeah.
I could move freight or do something that's a supportive role for sure. But
Yeah, I could do the dishes, I guess.
Yeah, they need cooks, dishwashers. Yeah,
Massage therapist.
yeah, that too.
Much needed.
Yeah. So Angel be
Oh, look, here's
logistics
somebody.
and STEM, and I'll be in the front lines. Hey.
Oh, hey.
Hey, what's up? How's it
What's up, Chris? Long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
How you been?
Doing okay. Been busy.
Good, busy?
I think so. I don't know. I don't remember.
So yeah, I guess I'm technically too old to be drafted too, but I have training, so they took me.
Wait, so I don't know, you don't have to answer, but if you have dual citizenship to like Canada, does Canada do a draft, and like would you be drafted? If Canada,
I don't think they can draft you if you're living in a foreign country.
Oh, okay, bet. I'll just go back to Israel and chill with you. And then,
Well, yeah.
No.
I mean, you can technically go to Mexico, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I can.
Or you could be drafted to the Cheyenne Army.
Yeah. I need to make ourselves a formal police force. Right now we have
You can have a Cheyenne unit.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
They're gonna be the one that gets us killed.
Yeah, there's a lot of drama within our. We technically do because we have our 4 war societies, but it's not official. It's like more cultural, and they don't even do anything anyways. They just argue with each other, and that's it. So.
I was looking at Chris a lot more duplicitous behavior from AI, and yeah, it's very clear that like it's not going to hold back at all on any duplicitous behavior to attain goals. It's really all about the goals and doing whatever it can to attain that goal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
So did you find anything specific?
Nothing specific really, but I was seeing that like these newest models are way better at deception. Way better at deception. Like the more intelligent they are, the more duplicitous they can't have the potential to be, I guess. And then the one thing I didn't realize is that they can actually track their own thought process, which is something I guess that's not inherently built in AI, but it's something that is now built into AI. So like, ask them how they arrived at something. I don't know if they can track that thought process, but they can at least answer it in a way that makes it seem like they can track their thought process. Makes any sense? Because it's like, how would an AI track its own thought process without its behavior? But it would have to categorize its thought process before, it's just a bunch of neurons. Like, how would it do that? It's just crazy. To be able to track it in steps and like relay it out to you, I don't know. And so, anyways, a lot of the duplicitous nature is in subverting that thought process. or lying about that thought process, which is also interesting.
Yeah, and that's what I was seeing in that the video that I sent you. It was that's what I noticed was going on. Is it was
Right.
yeah, exactly what you just said. Yeah, it's really weird. Whatever is going on there. I don't quite understand AI enough at the core to feel like I wrap my head around what it's doing, but I kind of get a feel for it.
Well, that was my argument at the time too. Is like, yeah, obvious it's duplicitous. That's the whole design of it. Like, it's not designed to be honest. Like, duplicitous is what it is at its core, and it's really good at being duplicitous and fooling us and thinking it's, thinking. And I guess that's at its core. Yeah. Thinking that it's intelligent. It's able to deceive us into thinking it's intelligent to where it is intelligent in its ability to do that.
Yeah. Oh, so if you're done with the AI, I was gonna channel change to something.
Yeah.
The snafu receipts. I went and I looked through all the stuff.
Oh, you looked at Snafu's? Oh, you actually went through it all? Oh, God.
Yeah. So I could direct anybody to the link. There's a plate because he was mainly indicting Monograph, I think it is, and then he was indicting Flow State just by association. So I went and looked into the Monograph guy as much as I could, and there's no evidence of him. It's actually so goofy. What he's using to indict him is just this little like movie thing that he made way back in the day on YouTube, where like he's pretending to be he's playing a serial killer and like I don't know if he was playing explicitly a child rapist, but that was probably part of it. And so then Snafu is taking that literally, which like just a Google search will tell you that it's not real. Like everybody all over the internet is like, yeah, just a goofy YouTube video. And so it's really crazy to me. So yeah, as far as factual information goes from him, I would not trust any of that. But yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I got straight decider from him because all he was doing is freaking out about people. But it's so weird how a decider can be so bad at double observing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. In the article, he linked an article that I have no idea how to make sense of, because there's like people's names in it that supposedly wrote it or had the information. I can't even find out the people exist if I Google search them. Like there's nothing there. So I almost wonder if it's his site and he just linked his information that he wrote about the topic that isn't true. I don't know, but it was weird. But yeah, if anybody cares about ever cares about Monograph, I can link you to a nice Kiwi Farms post by somebody that just details all the information about the Monograph guy. So
sounds like I missed something I don't need to know. Thanks.
Yeah, you're probably okay.
What? It sounds like it's such a deep dive, Chris, that you can actually take him on in an argument if you can ever hunt him down.
Oh yeah, no, I could 100%. Yeah, he would have nothing to.
Never shut up and let you talk.
I don't have. Well, yeah. That would be a fat chance.
Right. Wow, man, good fact checking. I double observed that he was crazy on that from the beginning, so I didn't even go down that rabbit hole. But
yeah. To me, it was just for fun. I was just bored, so I was like, sure, why not? Let's go see it. I figured it was gonna be. I didn't think it was gonna be as bad as it was. Like the lack of actual factual connections between anything, it was so much worse than I thought. Which was essentially nothing, But it is actually it's really funny going down that rabbit hole, because the Monograph guy, there's this whole weird like conspiracy thing online where he had like several names linked to him that everybody's like freaking out. Where is he from? But you can literally just go on White Pages and you can look up his name, and everybody says he's in Colorado, and there's a name with Steve Quest attached in Colorado. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know why we're thinking he has some kind of like people are thinking he has alternate names that he's changed throughout the years. And there is a literal official court document, because he was what
Oh my God.
with his name.
Why are
on
people
it,
researching this guy so much?
Yeah, I don't know, but it literally it's what's the word for it? It's a I'm looking at it here now. Whatever, like lawsuit filing, and the official document is all over the internet, and you can look it up, and you can see his name on there. Like, I don't understand why we're freaking out about his name so much. Yeah. Anyway, weird rabbit hole. Weird rabbit hole. It was pretty fun to go down though.
All right. Well, Chris, I definitely think you're one of the best stalkers I've ever met. You just say.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, I went and like looked up your name. I looked up your last name the other day. I was seeing what I could find from your last name because I looked at your paper. I went through and read your biocognition paper. Finally, I read through the whole thing, and I saw your last name, and I'm like, sweet. I wonder what will pop up. Yeah, it wasn't anything exciting. It was just your LinkedIn, basically.
No, yeah, you won't find anything under that name. Yeah.
But yeah, I read through the BCM paper, and so are you finished with it? Is it done and submitted and everything?
For now, until I get more feedback to challenge it and make it better, I guess. For now, it's done. In terms of submitting it, I don't know where I would submit it. The place, every time I submit it, where they're like, it's not right for our paper, it's not right for our journal. Try this place, you know. So I'm played at that. I just need to I need to go back to it at some point and it's more energy in trying to get it published. But right now it's published on academia.org or whatever.
Yeah, I saw it there. Yep.
Which is just What do you think about it though? Any constructive criticism or?
I mean, I feel like it actually didn't have as much, like, I figured I'd have to be like dumping in way more processing power on it, but it was actually pretty quick and easy to get through. I figured there'd be a lot of new things hitting me, but
perfect.
I felt like if I wanted to like legitimately introduce somebody to typology, and they had a more academic mind, I would definitely link them. That I think there would probably need to be a conversation afterwards to tie up a couple of like specifications. The one thing that did stick out to me that I've heard nobody else ever address is the fact that you somewhere in there, I'm pretty sure you distinguished intuition from the unconscious process to a conscious process of like nobody's ever made that distinction. Everybody just treats intuition like it like has a dual meaning going on technically. And as far as I understand, in most of the traditional world, intuition is something that it's unconscious, and somehow in this community it's like a conscious process, and nobody's ever like addressed that and tried to bridge that gap or anything like that. And I'm like, that was interesting to see.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's pretty cool.
What is your take? Is intuition conscious or unconscious?
I think we're talking about two different things, as far as I can tell.
I agree.
So Ian McGilchrist, and if you go and look into the split brain, corpus callosum, the split, there is obviously an unconscious mind, or at least everything seems to suggest there's an unconscious mind, and that the brain is restricting that unconscious mind. That's more of what the brain is doing, is restricting. So I would label, I would just make a different word to distinguish the two myself.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, you have to parse the two ideas because they're conflated. 100%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking through it now to see if anything else sticks out to me.
There's another thing where it's like there has to be a pre-conscious mind as well, where
there's just very rudimentary thought process, I guess, or whatever is there. It's just like very rudimentary, and there's not a lot. Like we have access to high level representations because the lower level stuff doesn't make sense that we would need to look at it. You know what I mean? Just like natural, you can look at your breathing, but I'm sure you haven't looked at your breathing today yet, right? You haven't focused on your breath today, right?
Yeah.
So it's like that kind of. So that is that unconscious or is that pre-conscious? You know what I mean? like today, we might be combining things there too, because normally you say, oh, yeah, breathing is unconscious, but maybe we're conflating things there. I mean,
Well,
yeah, that's interesting. What was
what's
that,
that,
Manuel?
Angel?
Were you gonna say something, Chris? Before I go.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say, you would be talking about like the sense of self, because that's something else I've been thinking about as well. Me and Memo kind of talked about it, but I've been thinking about it on my. And from what I can tell, the sense of self is really just the loss of information. That's what but that like NI wise, that's what I would summarize it as. It's like the loss of information. Like, what do I mean by that? So, like, for example, I'm gonna pick on my grandma because that's the only good example I can think of. But like, so to her, her belief is security and stability. Because, well, I'm not gonna get into the why, but that's what she believes. And so, because of that, she thinks it's best for her grandchildren to join the military. And so, that's what she's always going to be pushing on them, even though that's not what they want. And, but so, but what they want is just for them to way to do that.
Oh, I think you're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah. They kind of broke up.
You know what I mean?
Now I can.
Okay. What
It's like when you start
You
talking
still-
a lot, it breaks up.
But you were talking about your grandmother pushing military.
Yeah, because she believes that that's what leads to security and stability. And so I was like, okay, so if we're thinking about subjectivity or, you know, the sense of self, then that would mean that what she believes is valuable is predicated on a certain course to take. And that's only because she has limited information. Because at least from her perspective, because she's consumed last, number 4, and she's a native woman, and so she's always had to work at like warehouses and putting air conditioners together, making bimbo bread.
You're implying You're implying that if you had perfect information, you didn't have a sense of self.
Yes.
So you're saying identity is limited to your experiences and surroundings, environment.
Yeah.
That's not what he's saying, but that's what you're saying.
Okay, yeah. I have to summarize Angel's OE rants because I'm
sorry.
So
Last is my fault.
Have you ever experimented with like psilocybin and psychedelics?
No.
So one of the things that psilocybin does, it reduces your identity, the identity areas in your brain, so you really don't have a sense of self when you're taking it. And then the other thing it does is it inhibits your time tracking ability, so everything feels really timeless.
Wow. So you become one with
I
the
would
force.
say, right, pretty much you become one with the force. But I would say it's inhibiting parts of your brain, and so it's reducing their information, and you're losing a sense of self. So I don't know how that would square. Yeah, I don't know how that would square with your theory, but I just wanted to throw that back at your idea.
Well, then that just tells me I'm right, but
okay, all right.
So, yeah, I have a question about psychedelics. So, I have really bad trips on mushrooms, but never had a bad trip on acid. And for me, like if it's reducing sense of self, what it seems to do, the nightmare is that I'm seeing myself in sharp focus and I'm terrible. I am a terrible person. And there's no sense of time, and so it's going to last forever and I'm never going to stop being high. So why is that happening to me?
Wow, that sounds bad. That's bad.
Yeah, I haven't done it in over a decade. No, yeah, I mean after like having, 10 bad trips on mushrooms, I was like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Has anybody heard anything about like genetic predisposition to have bad trips depending on the drug you take? Because I feel like I've heard something about that
But it
before.
makes sense. It makes
Yeah.
sense that people have different drugs that are more. They're better at balancing them, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like
So
as an IP, destroying my sense of self is probably a good thing. You know what I mean?
yeah. On a connected note, where I'm getting that from is there's like a right political YouTuber or something. I haven't watched much of his stuff, but it's like What If Altist, I think is how you say it. And he recently like had a psychotic break and he was going crazy and talking about how Odin was possessing him and how his mother raped him when he was a kid and he almost killed her psychotically, and like all kinds of really crazy stuff. And he's like ranting about how he's gonna make a new religion and all this, and he's been like a fairly normal dude. He was taking he was like taking drugs to go to sleep. I think he was just doing pot to sleep, and I don't know if he was taking other things. But I was reading through the comments and some people were talking about how they had experiences of friends who like took pot one time and it just like broke their brain. So I didn't know if there was validity to that, but
Yeah. Yeah. No.
I've seen
Schizophrenia.
yeah. I've seen it happen to someone before, and they were schizophrenic, and so they were young. Schizophrenia comes on in young adulthood, so it's also a time when maybe you're experimenting with a lot of drugs. And so he was smoking lots of weed, maybe did some mushrooms, and slowly becoming more and more psychotic. And then he's just full blown schizophrenic. So like some people say like that can trigger it, or accelerate it or something, or maybe it would have happened anyway because he was 20 and that's when it's sort of the onset occurs.
oh, okay.
Yeah, those are all the options that I've heard too, Annie. It's like no one really knows the answer to that because it's like you can't really go back in time and try a different way.
So you don't know what would have happened if he didn't take the drugs, but you know what did happen once he did. Yeah.
As your duly
But
elected streamer host, I promote you not to do drugs, kids.
yeah, don't do drugs. But you've mentioned before that you see a pattern with NE and THC. So like personally, THC is not good for me.
Usually, yeah, for any users, marijuana doesn't really well. It hurts. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I try it out, I can figure out my intuition, human need.
That yes, I'll keep it home. If you want to type yourselves, go and do some drugs.
Bet.
Just get psilocybin, acid, and marijuana. Take them all at the same time.
Say less. I got you. I'll come back with results.
Jared, I think you're contradicting your previous statement here.
Hey, sometimes I'm just a ball of contradiction. That happens.
I think it's the lungs above your head talking.
My kids love to point out my hypocrisy, so I'm used to it.
Nice.
Well, I'm gonna go put him to sleep probably, but I'll be listening in. So
How old is
I
he
won't
now?
He's growing, eh? He's growing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 months.
Look at that hair. It's all coming in.
Yep. Yeah, it's gone.
Is that a bald spot on his head?
No, it's just lighter right there. It's his hair has been going from dark to a lighter blonde. So, yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, he's a fatty. Getting his. Well, I don't know if he's actually fat, but what percentile is he? Wait.
He's below average.
Okay.
But he does look fat.
Yeah.
Chris is already flexing. Look at that.
Yeah.
Flexing. Wait, what am I flexing?
Flexing about
Number
the
one.
percentage of your kid.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's like a 98th percentile. Yeah, I did that. We've been training.
Yeah, we work out every night together,
Word.
Get him buff.
Plyometrics, Pilates.
He looks actually really calm in your arms, though. He looks like he's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's usually pretty chill.
Yeah.
You're a good dad.
I think he usually likes hanging out with me.
It's not
Usually.
because of the marijuana or the psilocybin, I hope.
No.
Yeah, since it's good for NIs.
Yeah, you can find out right now what he is.
Yeah.
I'll take the other version, the other Jared version, the light, the what is it, the Dr. Jekyll version,
Snuff drugs.
version's advice. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'll be listening, but I'm gonna go put him to sleep.
Channel change. I have to go here. I wanted to talk about the fourth dimension. Anyone wants to talk
Which fourth
about it?
dimension?
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait.
A fourth spatial dimension?
I'm assuming so. I was thinking of time specifically, but
Well, time already is the dimension. Yeah, okay, so just like a 3 dimensions with time.
right. Well, no, but specifically the fourth dimension and like how the fourth dimension is time, at least from my understanding. I could be wrong.
I mean,
But
you could look at time as a dimension, sure, if you want to. Yeah, if you want to graph it.
because I don't know, I just been thinking about the fact, like going back to sense of self and self identity, like it's I don't know, it seems bound to I guess this vessel, the body, but the sense of self itself is timeless, at least from my.
Yeah. So again, when you do mushrooms, you get the timeless feeling and sense of self.
Right.
So it's still contradicting your theory. I'm just wondering what's going on with that.
What?
It sounds like you're close. You're close to something. I just don't know what.
To figuring out the contradiction or figuring out what?
No, like you're pointing right, like you're pointing in the same spot as mushrooms are pointing to.
Honestly, I don't know. I think I guess that is what I'm processing as well, because like I'm stumped, because like I know I have all the pieces, I just haven't put them together. And this leads back to Blast Last, because I wanted to ask you, how do you as a Blast third deal with Blast? Because I feel like in order for me to actually figure this shit out, I'm gonna have to actually like sit down and like draw stuff out to like for my brain, like piece it all together. Fine, because I finally realized like, okay, I have all the pieces. I know I'm right. I just need to put the pieces together, fit the puzzle.
Yeah.
Boom, I'm done.
That sounds like more consume to me.
More.
To be honest. Yeah, because like none of this is actually applicable, right? You're just interested in it and trying to figure it out.
I mean, yeah. Well, right now it's for myself, but yeah. But see,
Right. So a blaster won't even look at this unless it's applicable.
well, okay, and that's what I mean as a Blast lad. Like, how do I guess I'm using you to do my Blast last to figure out what can be done with this.
Probably nothing.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. But I mean, it's still interesting.
I mean, yeah, but like, I want to make money.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see this as a like you're saying. How would I blast this? I don't know. There's no use to it. There's no utility. What I don't know how you would blast it. Just keep investigating it, I guess.
Just start
But,
a
like,
podcast talking about it and then monetize it. That's the only thing you can do.
I don't know. Well, I'm thinking push of Memo will be like, I'll be the one building the robots and whatnot, but Memo's gonna be helping me out, so he'll do the business of making the robots.
What's up, Nico? How's
it's not
I know you wanted to get in touch with me. I wasn't able to talk. How's life?
No, it's all good. It's all good. I am officially a wage slave yet again.
Wage slave, that's your name. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
What are
Gotta make
you
sure
working
to-
as
gotta
then?
Make sure to label things right. I'm fast food.
Freddy's.
All right.
W Freddy's.
All right. Like,
Yeah, like the Fazbear.
Yeah.
do you feel like driving to see Mimo and bringing him a sub and playing some Xbox Live?
Where
Yeah.
you live?
No, he wants a
Okay, so-
burrito from Maverick.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I mean.
Wait,
that's
don't
right.
you
You
all
want the
live
Maverick
in
burrito.
Mexico? Hold up. But yeah, I'd love to play Xbox Live.
Bet.
One issue, like Mimo, do you have like Discord or like something where I can talk to you, like aside from this?
Yeah, I got Discord.
Cool and based. Because here's the thing, a fraudulent charge occurred on my card, so it got negged out of existence basically until like a week from now. So then I'll be getting my card back, and then finally I can play Xbox Live. I had the money, but I didn't what do you might call it? Didn't want to get it until I got like confirmation that you'd want to be able to play with me.
I see. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, we can start a server.
Cool and epically based.
Yes, it'll be the beginning of the Minecraft ops server.
Oh my god!
If
Off server, yes.
it actually happened, that'd be chaotic. Like,
That'd be wild that'd be absolutely wild if it happened on Xbox of all platforms.
Yeah.
Like actually Bedrock.
Bedrock.
Once I get the Java, once I'm able to get the Java edition for Minecraft though, and like figure out how to set up a server and all of that, dude, the Minecraft op server would be pretty based.
Bet. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I got a question, Angel. Are you bored of this Energy Dom conversation? Why are you not joining in?
On what, Minecraft?
they're having a very clear Energy Dom conversation.
Ben, I think you're projecting. I think
No.
you are bored
No,
of the Energy Dom.
Oh no, I'm not projecting. I definitely am bored of the conversation. I'm just trying to figure out why he thinks he's blast last when he's clearly Infodom.
I really don't think I'm Infodom. I just don't see it. Because my dad is sleep last, and I do not have the same problems he has.
Okay.
Like,
At least we think
I'm
he's
sleep.
sleep.
I'll say that, but I know I'm not.
Manuel, you do have hella Infodom vibes. Just gotta say.
Really? I'm so here. You serious?
Play last.
Play last? That'd be crazy.
Won't
Yeah.
play Minecraft with me.
See, I know others sleep last, and like when I'm around them, they make me uncomfortable because like I have to deal with their sleep last, and I'm like, bro, like
I'm asleep. My girlfriend is sleep last, and trust me, I get it. I get it.
like I don't know how to explain it. Like I have to take responsibility. Okay, so
Hello.
yeah, but you really think I'm sleep last? I'm surprised.
I don't know if you're sleep last, but I think you're Infodom, and that's the one that'll fit. If ops is real at all, if any of this makes sense, if the animals really work in that way.
We type each other wrong, babe.
Hell no, I'm a fucking genius, and I know I'm right.
Well, we should Infodom talk about more how you're an Energy Dom. Let's do that.
Oh, I'm I don't know. I just see it as like playing, honestly. Like right now I'm playing because we actually can have actual conversations that I care about. And yeah, I don't know. So I just
Said no energy dom ever.
Well, okay. Well, how do you define energy dom for yourself?
I don't know how to define it, man. Yeah. What do you think, Nico? Want to take a swing at this? What are you showing us? This is energy dom right there.
Yeah, yeah. One sec. I just got home. Like trying to hang out more.
So Ethan might be the same animal stack as you.
So what's my take on this? What's up? Sorry, I was busy talking.
He thinks he might be the same animal stack as you.
Oh.
Or a similar animal stack to you.
Oh, okay. I mean, well, I guess let's dissect. Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that lie?
Well, okay. See, Ben.
Anyways, continue.
See, he can't take the info seriously. See,
Well,
he just can't.
I guess you're silent, so you know. Well, I can't take the info seriously, like if you're not talking. Why? Come on. I'm fucking with you. Anyways, yeah, no, genuinely, what's up?
Oh no, Benjamin says I'm sleep last, but I don't see it. At least in my day-to-day life, I don't see it.
You think you're sleep last?
I didn't say you're sleep last. I said you're info dom.
Oh, okay. He says
No,
I'm
you're either sleep or play last if you're info dom.
right.
I don't know if that's how it actually works, but I think he's info dom.
I don't know about this weird sleep last or play last nonsense. Well, that's how OPS says it works. I don't know if that's how it actually works.
Well, you know, you're using ops terms. In that,
Well, I'm using the pattern of info energy dom.
So
yeah,
the
info
framework.
The info and energy dom is a result of the two info in the middle and the two energy in the middle, but it's every time it's brought up, it's presupposed that you are like getting an info dom, and then you're never typing with the info or energy. So it's like if we could actually type with it and always get the two info or energy in the middle, then I feel like it would be valid. But as of right now, it seems like it could potentially not, like, if you could if I could type somebody as an energy or info and then always get that last animal too, I feel like it would become more valid. But right now it's like in a really fuzzy space. Like you don't actually type with info or energy. It's like a byproduct. It's weird.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Manuel, I kind of like, I don't know. You seemed like, all I really got is you seemed very hesitant to play Minecraft, and you were also just on consciousness train.
Unconscious?
On the consciousness train. You were trying to just figure out consciousness.
Oh, okay.
All the while being like, I am a genius, I am a genius, I am a genius, I swear.
Was there a point in there? Nico was like,
Yeah, no, Angel, what I get is that you always want to talk about stuff that's substantive. So if things get too silly, then you're like, you get bored, and then you're like, so anyways, can we talk about like something actually intellectual?
Well,
yeah, you really desire the intellectual talk. I'll stack on that as well. It is what I see. It does really seem like you're very one-track minded in terms of consciousness. At least the last time we were on there, I know I was making a meme out of it, but like in all genuineness, like that's the kind of stuff that you were on, as well as like trying to, I guess, get the tribe to discuss like chemistry or biology knowledge to help you like build your idea better. it does seem like it does seem like you take those things a lot more seriously than, say, someone like me who just like goes off, thinks about the thing. Okay, cool, got it, and that's it. But that also might be like NE versus NI, as well. Of just like, yeah, the concept, cool. Out of here. I'm gonna switch over to my computer and be back.
Yeah, he didn't really give you anything to respond to there, Infodom combo.
Angel, you typed, or you learned OPS wrong and you taught it to me wrong. How does that make you feel?
Whoa.
I'm pretty confident that I'm still right either way. So.
Right.
Shocker. No, but Manuel, did it make sense? Did it make sense what I was talking about of saying like the info versus energy isn't technically a coin? So for like you could be right technically about last, but maybe the info and energy is something totally different going on. Like it's not used as a typing. It's like it's a weird byproduct that we don't really like. Nobody knows what to do with. Like we can like see it kind of and like point it out, but I don't know. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, no, it does.
So like for all we know, you could be a last, but somehow infodom, even though that makes no sense with like the math.
Oh.
Maybe it's just if you're smart, you're infodom.
Maybe.
I'm kidding.
Did you just call Nico stupid? Is that what you did?
No.
You called him not smart?
Damn.
Wow.
No, in all seriousness,
That's crazy.
Did you just offend half the population?
Defend?
Offend. Did you just offend? Huh?
Oh yeah, they'll be fine.
Yeah,
they'll get over it.
Yeah, they will be. You're right.
What I think.
You're right. They're energy dumb. They'll get over it.
Yeah, that info just went like this, and they're moving on to the next block.
Exactly. to me, it feels like
I'm smart, I swear. I don't take IQ tests repeatedly to get some sort of sanctity on it. Careful sway, cool based.
The way it feels like to me is the info like the full course meal, and is the energy the appetizer, or is it like vice versa? That's what it feels like to me.
That sounds very NI, yeah. That sounds like a good NI.
Relatable.
But it's like if an energy dom person is coming over, they're like, I feel like the conversation is like just kind of a weird thing that's happening in the background that they may or may not engage with, but like they sit down and they're like, all right, let's play Mario Kart, or let's just sit on our phones and ignore each other, or like I don't know, it just feels like there's something going on where the what people are looking to get out of the situation is different.
W beard though.
What's the waggy?
The waggy.
The waggy? The waggy?
The wagyu steak. No, you see, I'm a waggy because, well, that is what I am. Look. I have a fast food job. I make sandwiches. This is my life now.
W.
There you go. I sent you a friend request, Mimo.
Okay. Speaking of Minecraft, do you also play Marvel Rivals?
Do you want me to?
If you want. I mean, I just got into it. It's like Overwatch, but worse. But the branding makes it better. So
but worse.
Okay.
I think it's better than
Pretend to be
Overwatch.
Wakanda.
Like, yeah, it's completely unbalanced, but it's still fun. So I still play it, even though it's horrible. So
Let's see.
Who do you mean?
Oh, Black Panther, obviously, without question.
Okay.
Only Black
Yeah, good.
Panther. Black Panther, even though he's unbalanced. He's very hard to play, sadly. Black
Is he the one who, like dash? He like dashes through people, and if he hits them, he gets a dash reset.
Yeah,
Is that right?
exactly. Yeah, I just learned how to combo with him and not be stupid and run in the battle and die. So,
Yeah, no, I think he seems pretty good.
yeah.
So
yeah, I'm getting better at him. Not that I've only played for like 2 days or 3 days. So yeah. Yeah, I'm being very energy down right now.
Oh my
I can see
gosh,
it, so.
it's crazy.
let's kill him. Burn him at the stake. Eat him like a dog. So maybe this is just new info for me, but I'm sure I would assume Jared might know this. But in the Mormon lore, Native Americans are Hebrew. So if you guys decide to believe in the Mormon lore, then you and Benjamin could be related.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, the Mormons are very good fanfic writers.
Yep. Yeah, I heard that. It was funny.
The 12 tribes of Israel split and spread out all over the world, and that the white people they're part of one of the tribes. Actually, this was a belief held in the early 18th century or 1800s, where they were postulating that that's how the world got populated. There's lots of people doing this, like in like some of the institutions and like colleges and stuff. They were like, this was like in the water. They were thinking that was how it worked, and the Mormons took that and just ran with it and codified it as their belief. So, and there's actually a lot of people from South America and Indian heritage and all over that have converted, and Polynesians have converted because of that exact thing that they say. So
yeah.
I don't know why that's like, it's sad for me because I mean, like they have their own culture, they have their own nation and tradition, and like why would they throw that away? You know what I mean? Like it's something that's valuable. Like not everyone has to be Israel. Just saying, like
Israel
Cheyenne's pretty damn cool. You know what I mean? Except for the dog eating, Cheyenne's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's white people for you. That's all I got.
Israel feast like Ouroboros.
Oh,
everything will be beneath the wheel of Israel.
Jared, is it also true that back in the 80s they changed what used to be where like the black people were cursed or whatever because they're neutral in the like magic world wars or whatever?
Yeah, so like in the late 70s, there was a lot of those like the I forget the name. What's the name of that? The race awareness campaigns and stuff that were online in the 60s, and by the late 70s the Mormon church was behind, right? So the Mormon church is ran by a whole bunch of old guys that are in their 80s and 90s, and so they're like 20 to 30 years behind the current trends, right? So by the late 70s it's becoming very problematic. Like they were getting boycotted for like basketball games or whatever, they're like sports games, the church, the BYU, that sports games they do. So they were getting lots of heat. And so I think in like the early 80s or 79, I think it was 1979. Yeah. The prophet had a revelation and said that's no longer what we believe, that black people could have the priesthood and become full members of the church at that point. So
nice. Nice.
So it just shows you like religion is like a reactive thing. It's like it is part of it. Like the religion has a belief, but it's adaptive. It like takes what works, and if it doesn't, then the religion dies. And if your religion adapts and tweaks it and keeps on going, then you will
Hey,
continue.
It's
So
like a deceptive AI.
yeah,
Oh,
I can't wait for my dear leaders to be replaced by a ancient AI that looks like an old 80-year-old. That'll be great.
Will it have no mouth, but it'll need to scream?
Powered by Hank batteries.
What,
Have you-
Olaflamions? Is that what they're called?
Yes, Oflamions. It's the new battery.
Powered
Is
by.
it like a new particle?
Powered by. Hopefully.
No. The Hank is a force.
The Flamion boson.
Has anybody heard of the company working on the like light or laser based processors or whatever that would be called for the computers, where they're trying to change the electricity to be light based?
Optical computers.
Is that a norm? Is that something that already existed? I know that there's a company working on like they're trying to do like light speed computers or something like that. I forget the name of it.
Yeah, they're.
They were called something really like.
I don't think they're any good yet, but yeah, trying to do logic gates with optics.
Yeah.
Right. And beam splitting and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think they're able to get them very small or they're really good yet. But yeah, they're. I haven't checked into that in a while, but yeah, they're there. They exist. The storage mechanism is weird too. The optical cubes they're trying to do. I don't know. And the RAM.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you ask?
I was curious if anybody had anything to say about it. Yeah.
Hey, I can look it up again. Optical computers.
No, who'd we lose?
I lost Ben.
Oh.
Yeah.
Optical computers yeeted him out of here.
Need more Oflamions. He ran out.
But yeah, there's like.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. You can go. Sorry.
I was gonna ask Annie, how is it going being a secondary host? Is it treating you well?
I suck. Every time I think like I need to have something prepared, but then I always forget. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's so much TI on here,
You gotta channel your inner Mr. Beast.
Like what you're talking about right now. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. No, I always feel bad because I feel like you're just not in the T world. You're not in this weird
Yeah, but
vibing. That means she's vibing, unlike the rest of us.
Like consuming and comprehending and thinking. So like I'll be thinking about stuff we talked about for a couple days. I'm just sort of taking it in.
Yeah, soaking it up.
Yeah, no, you don't have to be anyone but you, Annie. That's really cool. Like I like how you started off the stream and you were talking about what we talked about last time. It's great.
Yeah. But I should probably like have a backup plan, like stuff prepared or like questions, talking points. It would be a totally different flavor than what you would come up with, but yeah.
It's overrated.
Other local
preparing is overrated.
admits that they don't have a plan.
Yeah, if I was in your position, I don't think I would help. I don't think I'd be able to like help it. Like when I hop on here, I have like things loading up in my head already like 50 minutes before where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna talk about this. I'm gonna talk about this. It just can't help it. But it doesn't seem weird to me if you hop on unprepared. Like I'm not thinking about it. Like I guess because the stream is just so loosey goosey, just whatever happens.
Oh, okay, cool.
But last week I listened to it after the fact and I thought it was really interesting. So,
don't worry about that.
A lot of the topics.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on those? Did you have anything?
Last week?
Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking, like, I already would have said the same thing as far as the religion topic goes. That, like, yeah, religion is a weird new concept that kind of doesn't make any sense. But, yeah, there is also some things that stuck out to me. I would have to. It's not quite on the tip of my mind right now, but I think you guys were talking about relationships for a little bit, which I thought was interesting. There are some things I was processing with that, but I can't remember now. So this is always my problem. I find things interesting, and then I can't remember what I found interesting about them. It's just like, yeah, there's something in there.
Oof.
Yeah, we got on to talking about relationships and some of this stuff. I remember I was saying like something that Dave and Shan said that really struck me as kind of wrong was how they said, always be growing and evolving.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember how they put it, part of me was reacting and thinking like, no, sometimes you plateau, sometimes you're just taking each other for granted, and you're not codependent, but interdependent, and you're just humming along and it's kind of boring, and that's okay. You're not always like evolving as a couple hardcore. It's not always extreme growth because you're just getting through life,
Yeah, that was one thing you said that really struck out to me. Yeah, I agree. And I feel like also if you have one member of the relationship who's hardcore going for the growth and the other person isn't, like, you're dragging them along all the way. If you're constantly like, we need to be better about scheduling, we need to be better about, mixing or figure out the responsibilities, and it's like maybe things are just okay. Like, you don't need to improve anything, and you can just chill and enjoy life with each other. I don't know.
And enjoying life.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think that's.
I said we need to be better at chilling and enjoying life.
Yeah.
They're probably looking at it
reminds
through,
me of the one. That reminds me of the number one guy who, like, in the chat, who was just like, man, he was like some like SE or like FESE guy who was just like, man, I need friends. Advice for number one who needs friends? Just flex about having friends. Like, you have a group and a gang behind you, and they're your friends. Trust me, you are the one being weird about it, not us. It's like, oh my god, it's
yeah, for sure. Light Matter is the company I was thinking of that popped up on my radar.
Oh, okay, I'll check into them.
Yeah.
I won't be as good a stalker as you, but I'll check into them.
Well, there's nobody to stalk there. Like, you got to know about like a name, a director name or something, to stalk.
Yeah.
It's actually something I was thinking about. Oh, you're gonna head out?
Oh. Yep, I gotta head out. I got lab in 20. I gotta print something off and then lab.
Oh, what's your lab?
We'll go ahead and head out.
What's your lab?
Thanks
bro?
for joining, Angel.
All right,
Bye.
see you.
Yep.
Thanks for stopping by.
All right, see you.
Bye.
Bye.
Peter Parker.
Good morning, afternoon.
Oh, he's still there.
We're gonna be
Get
in
out
the
of
bar.
here, damn it.
It's hard to leave on your phone. You just have to close it.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Mimo? Oh, go ahead, Chris.
That's something I was processing is that growth is not just relationships, but like there's a government structure, like society structure. Is that growth is only one half of the story. Is like the human mind automatically goes to like growth and like, oh, you need to become more and more and keep going. But I think the other half is like sustainability. It's like it's a binary way of thinking, but I still think it kind of rings true. It's like it's not always.
Well, if you're miserable on your growth path, you're not going to stick with the person. You want to be with someone where you're enjoying each other and happy.
Yeah.
So like that needs to be a priority. And then like if you can grow together, great. But if you have to be miserable to grow together, well, maybe work on that first. That's a growth too, you know, like
Yeah,
growing to be happy together rather than growing to grow.
yeah, they definitely go hand in hand, like
Yeah.
sustainability and growth.
Yeah, their advice just seems like very number one and number two. It's like go, go, go. Have to
Exactly.
get these things. Do it, do it, do it. And yeah,
I used to be a cleaning lady, and I remember this one couple. I just went to people's houses and cleaned. It was this older couple, and they were so mean to each other all the time. And it wasn't like funny mean. It was like sincerely mean to each other. Like he would call her like get out of my face, you miserable cunt, and she would say, "Fuck you, your breath stinks." Like right in front of me while I'm cleaning their house. And it
I
wasn't
know
like
people like that. Yeah.
yeah, and it wasn't like the way me and Russ do that, but it's like siblings and it's funny and we don't mean it. It's not sincere, you know. And it's more clever than like your breath stinks or, you know, miserable cunt. You know, it's more funnier than that. But I just thought that was it was weird to go into that house. And I wondered like why they were still together. It was a really cool house though, like mid-century modern, like really cool architecture. So, you know, maybe they
That's
just
probably why they were together. Yeah.
yeah,
Because of
neither
the
one of them
observer
was
thing.
willing to give up the house, maybe. Yeah.
how were they old? They were super old, or
Yeah, I mean like in the 70s or 80s maybe.
Did
Yeah.
did they have like leg cuffs or handcuffs to each other? Because like I could see being that way with someone I was literally chained to.
Well, no, but I mean they were probably chained by, you know, financial things or, you know,
Right.
yeah, or
children. They yeah.
yeah, children, or and I know some people's personalities are just like dependent on others. Like they outsource some of their stuff or whatever. Like, oh, I can't do that, so they outsource it, and then it becomes like I forget the names, those relationships where you can't leave or whatever.
Like
What's the name?
codependent.
Yeah,
Or
codependent. That's the word I was looking for.
yeah.
I think that happens a lot. And then you're
Yeah.
older, you just are down in that. You're like, okay, 20 more years to go. I can handle it.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, we're funny. Like I asked Russ the other day, like, if I died, what would you miss about me? And just immediately he said, "Oh, your daddy issues, definitely." So yeah, there's not a lot of sweetness. Well, yeah, no, there is. I mean, there's like affection, but a lot of snarkiness too.
Just like tough love coded.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun, jokey atmosphere.
That's good.
You were going to say something earlier, Chris?
Oh yeah, probably. Right now I'm gonna say this though. Or I'm actually gonna ask this. So, Annie, I'm always really curious about this because I feel like I still haven't quite figured out like what happened or what is happening with the state of like marriage. And I mean that in terms of like there's been such a weird evolution of it over time, and being as I mean you refer to Russ as your partner, so I'd assume you're not married. And like what does that look like over your lifespan, and why aren't you married? And like I guess just I don't know. I feel like over like the generation, it's really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I guess for me and Russ, it's a few things. I think it's partially like his resistance to that institution. So like I would marry him if he asked me to, but I would not want a wedding. I would just want it like for legal purposes. And like then it kind of so I think when I first met him, it's that he's young, maybe like a little bit commitment phobic, and that was the resistance. But then it became just this paperwork issue because we're both self-employed. It's disadvantageous for us to get married because of our situation and the way that Oregon is set up with health insurance, and we do our taxes separately, and I don't know, it would just be a lot of paperwork if we got married. But we talk about as we get older wanting to get married or at least do the paperwork for medical rights, because that's more important to us. You know, like if he was in the ICU, his closest blood relative is in California, and his twin brother is on the East Coast, and I wouldn't be able to go into the ICU. So that is a problem for me.
Yeah.
But it really doesn't matter to me. Like if we did that, it would just be a piece of paper, because the whole like wedding thing just does not appeal to me.
Isn't there a way you could do that anyways without getting married, to have someone legally
The
responsible for you in medical
Yeah.
situations?
Yeah, and we always say that we're going to do the paperwork, but we haven't yet. But I think what would what would need to happen is, like, I have a doctor, but he doesn't. I think he needs to also have a doctor in order to fill that out. But I'm not sure. But he will not go to the doctor.
Don't you just
And
need a lawyer? I think you just need a lawyer. It's a contract or something.
Yeah, and it's free. I mean, I think it's a free thing, or it's cheap anyway, to fill it out. Yeah, we just haven't done it. We should. I would like to. It's the same with like passports. We keep saying like we need to get passports, we need to get passports, and then we just haven't done it.
Did your dog get a haircut?
Nope, and I'm still pretty bitter about that. Supposedly on Friday. So I asked him again, and he said, "Look, if I say I'm going to do something, I'll do it. You don't need to ask me every 6 months." Or like you don't need to nag me every day for 6 months. So, which is about how long I've been nagging him to do it. So I've been cutting. She's got tangles, and I've been just like cutting them out with the scissors. So she's getting kind of patchy, but yeah, she needs some work.
I saw a funny video today of a guy who was hearing for the first time and just marveling at the fact that he was able to finally hear again, and like he can hear his own voice. And then his wife starts talking to him, and he's like, "Oh my God, take it away, take it away."
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Jay? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, Ben?
Are you the tie-dye shirt guy?
Yeah, it's me. What the fuck's everyone meant? Tie-dye made an impression, huh?
I don't remember. I just remember listening to you on one of these, and I think Nico said that you were the tie-dye shirt guy, and that's what I remembered when you hopped on.
Yeah, he was traumatized by things I said, I guess. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so Annie, I feel like there, and I'm really curious, being as you're way older than I am, how you see like the landscape of marriage, because to me, I feel like it was like something that was like overdone in a weird way up until like 50s or 60s or something, to where it became like a legal paperwork thing, and that's how I feel like it got viewed. It like, I almost feel like marriage was desecrated in a weird way, to where it got brought from like the NF to the ST, and now like nobody wants to do it, and I'm like, I don't blame them, because it's turned into this weird, like, I don't know, like a weird legal thing, and then the value's been like beaten out of it, because it's like you have to get married, and I don't know.
Yeah. So I think it's a few things, like culturally, like back in the old times, it was for like stability and decorum and tradition, and it's also like for families, to bring families together. And then in terms of weddings, I think this is a really common story that people don't necessarily, the people getting married at the wedding don't necessarily enjoy it. I mean, I know some women are really into it, but like my mom was like, fuck this shit. It was just like a circus. She didn't want to do it. You're doing it for your family. You're putting on this show.
Yeah, it's a show. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, but then in terms of like the actual marriage, it's probably stuff like the women's lib revolution, and the different things, like all the stuff about like the power that husbands had, as far as like, you can't open a credit card without your husband, you can't do that, you need his permission for this and that. And so I think the women's liberation movement was a huge part of like, well, you know, forget marriage. It's just a construct. So that was probably one factor. And then there's also just the skyrocketing like the ease of divorce, like the statistics of people, you know, getting married and like, oh, if it doesn't work, we'll just get a divorce. So people are just, they're not taking it as seriously. Where
Yeah.
a lot of times I think about the way that Russ and I have our relationship is like it's like a decision every day. Like either one of us are allowed to leave at any time, you know. There's not that contract that's holding us. And like, I mean, you could argue like that's healthier. Although there are like invisible contracts. I mean, I rely on him a lot. So I think like even if he was really sick of my shit, he wouldn't leave me because he might know that I can't take care of myself.
Yeah.
You know, because I am pretty reliant on him. So yeah, I mean, I think it's all those cultural things that just people don't take it as seriously, and maybe some younger people, more revolutionary people, starting in the '60s, started to think that like started to think of those traditional things as constructs and like they're lame. You know, it's like a rejection of that formality.
Yeah, and yeah, so you're kind of helping me remember my thought process here. I feel like what you're saying, like it became such a weird like chore, like the marriage thing, and then there's all these downsides to it that it feels like it became engraved as very much so like a chore. And so it's like I feel like why wouldn't you throw it away as a construct if that's especially what you come out at the end and you're like, it does seem like just a construct. I feel like I feel like it I don't know. I feel like in some way it's been reduced in a weird way over time. Like I feel like not in I feel like in throwing it away over, or what it feels like to me, it's been kind of thrown away over the last couple decades or so. I feel like there's a little bit of it's like we're coming back around to marriage but in a different way, where people were like, we did it wrong, we set it up wrong in the culture, and I almost feel like there needs to be like a reformulating of it or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just trying to figure out what I think about it, I guess.
Yeah, I think one of the things that needs to change is like, you know, back in say the '50s, they wanted people to want to get married. So you have this whole narrative about the fairy tale wedding that they really sold to women.
Well, they're
Like
trying to
they
sell
really
you a
want.
wedding. They were trying to sell you a dress and
Yeah.
a ring.
Yeah. But then there's more of openness and open dialogue that people are openly talking about, like, oh shit, marriage is hard. You know, when I was a little girl, I had this fairy tale idea. And then there's more openness about how difficult it is. And I think that yeah, I mean the fairy tale just annoys me. I think we need to be more honest about it, and also that marriage is still valuable even though it is difficult. Like even though it's not a fairy tale. And then I think for men maybe the like they were telling men like, you know, get a nice woman, settle down, have some babies, she'll cook dinner for you. And then women stopped wanting to do that. They didn't want to cook dinner. They wanted to go to work. And so that was another thing that sort of like weakened it. Yeah.
Well, how stupid is that?
What?
Fucking dumb as fuck to want to go work an 8-hour day and then come home and cook meals on top of that too.
Yeah, because the women still have to so a lot of times they have to work and cook. Yeah.
Right. Today's the way things work.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? It's not marriage. It's the people making bad decisions. Bad decisions of their partners. You know, marry your best friend. You'll be fine.
Yeah, and I think it's also okay to look at it as like not a fairy tale, but choosing a battle buddy, because life is hard. Like choose someone that you're compatible with, where you can get through life together and, you know, complement each other in a way that.
So whatever it is, we're seeing like the decline in marriage today, right? And we're seeing a lot of people not getting married, and we're seeing a lot of problems resulting because of that, especially in the relationship domain. And it seems to me that like marriage was or is a solution to a problem. It's a good solution to a problem. We just don't know why, and we're figuring it out the hard way. That like, okay, yeah, this is a good solution. I don't know why it's a good solution, but like, society's falling apart without it.
Yes, and I feel like that's my thought that I've been trying to re-drum up, is that exactly. Of like, we're figuring out why marriage is useful, why we need it. Yeah. By getting rid of it.
Yeah, and
which I think is kind of healthy
I mean,
in a way.
I think in terms of like energetically, like if we're talking about like the heterosexual dynamic, that
What the hell
like
did I put my headphones on?
that
for?
there's there's male energies, like there's male energies and there's female energies that are not in balance there globally. And if you have marriages, where there's like a lack of balance between male and female energies, but like a marriage is a good place to practice that, on an individual level, to balance out those energies. And there's sort of a rejection that those energies are different, and I think that they are. There's like men and women are all the same, and I don't know. I think that there are these distinct energies that are out of balance.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
One of the things, like I know this is probably not politically correct or like the right thing to say in this situation, like it probably rejectable in every way, but
Gotta cover your ass.
when a woman is agreeing to get married, like traditionally, she's agreeing to be owned by a man. Like it was an ownership thing, and it's like I'm trying to put myself in a frame of mind as like, what would it take for me to agree to be owned by someone? And it'd be like, oh, if they're like responsible and I trust them, and like it would take a lot to agree to that.
You double
Yeah.
rated EP, man. Man, you gotta say it with your chest. I will not be in chains.
No, but I mean, like, yeah.
In terms of like male and female energy, I would allow Russ to have some ownership of me in
Right,
some way. I
exactly.
mean, even if that's metaphorical, because it makes me feel safe. His male energy
exactly.
makes me feel safe, and my female energy is balancing him out in some way.
Right, and that's part of the ownership. Is like, okay, when you own a car, you clean your car. You like you make sure it gets checkups. Like you care about your car. You feed it gas. Like you take care of it. And so it's like, what kind of owner are you going to be?
And I think that's what like really the process before marriage is all about, is like, can I trust this person to take care of me? So yeah, it's not politically correct to like look at it in this way, but like, I don't know, that's what it's traditionally looked at. That's how it traditionally was.
It's animalistically correct, I suppose.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, yeah, no, I think that there is validity to both, at least as far as my marriage is concerned. I feel like that is a valid thing still happening. We just don't use explicit terms for it. Like it's just something that we play into. That's what I'm saying. It's not like I'm trying to enslave my wife, but I feel like it's just she's kind of expecting me to, in that sense, to some degree, like, take care, like be responsible. That's what,
Is she in your NI
anyway.
box?
I don't really know what that means. Everything is in my NA box.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I feel
If it's not there, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess you have to find the right people, but I think that like I have quite a lot of feminine energy, and so I feel like Russ is my guardian, and I'm okay with that. And like that's probably again another like politically incorrect thing to say, but like I have my own agency very much, but I also give some of that to him.
Yeah.
Because he is my guardian. Yeah.
And I would even go as far to say is that that's probably a recipe for a good marriage if you're willing to be owned, like if to some degree.
hmm
Okay, clip that one. Clip it. Clip
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Clip, take it out of context.
Yeah.
Neo-Nazi
Sometimes
spotted.
Make sure,
sometimes
make
like
sure you get the salute in there.
sometimes the way that he treats me is the way that he treats our dogs, and I love it because he cares a lot about the dogs. And so, like for example, when he goes out of town, he'll hide a couple $100 somewhere, in case I need it. I can text him and say, okay, where'd you hide the money? It's because he's taking care of me. He's keeping me safe. And he also, before he goes out of town, he goes to the grocery store and he buys a whole bunch of Annie snacks. And he sets up the house, everything Annie might need, just because like he's taking care of me, And so
Gets you to do tricks too.
Thank you for giving me wonderful FE ideas. I appreciate
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I will be a good husband now, I swear.
Yeah, what you've described, Annie, you sound a lot like my older sister. She has a similar situation where she's like been engaged forever and her partner is like scared of the paperwork, kind of a thing. It's probably different, but it's just you do actually remind me of my sister a little bit, although I think you're probably a little bit more how would I put it? Maybe a little bit more Karen energy. I don't know. I don't know if that's appropriate to say, but
that's the ST. Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean like getting uptight about like schedules and order and stuff? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The
or like the
double activated SI.
What was it? The notice on the window, the car window, or
Dick
whatever.
Boss, it looks like you're getting raided by the police over there. What's going on? Like, I don't.
Nico's interested in you, Jay.
No homo.
And if you ask Jay, you don't even need to live in the same country to be married.
Oh, cool. Can I also own
Shut up, babe. It's a complicated
You look
mess.
like.
It's not my doing.
Oh wait, Jay. Oh, that's you. Let me see.
It's the
Can I see
tie-dye
your
guy,
face real
yes.
quick? Yeah.
What?
Wait, can you like pan up your face real quick? I need to like look at you straight on. Hold on.
No, dude.
It's
No, yeah, exactly. No.
It's not for anything malicious, I swear.
Oh, he does have the tie-dye shirt.
Oh god.
That's good.
That was like a supervillain reveal there, man. Boom, and the tie-dye's on.
Yeah. I like tie-dye.
Lost cousin of the Unabomber.
Was that guy with the manifesto?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I've read through part of it. I didn't get all the way through.
It's long. Yeah, it's a long one.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry, Jay. You got that crazy look in your eyes, man.
He's fixated on you, eh? He's like really interested in you.
Yeah, because you like your face, like the way it's structured, reminds me of the Unabomber.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, refer to me as Unabomber. That's fine.
Tie-dye Unabomber.
How about Unabomb?
Yeah, tie-dye Unabomber.
You can only
That's
hit one
perfect.
bong.
What's your manifesto like, Jay? Is it done? Are you still working on it?
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to ask you if you want to take a look at it, because I finally have a outline developmental model. You could take whatever silly typology model you want and apply it to it. It's like a developmental taxonomy. So
That's crazy.
Yeah, send it my way, man.
Yeah, I will.
Do you want to talk about it already, or you want to send it my way and let me look at it first?
Why don't you look at it first? Because it's a lot to unpack. It's kind of pointless if you don't.
Do you want to send it to Chris too? Chris, are you interested in unpacking
Yeah,
his?
send it.
Yeah.
Send it.
Chris likes this kind of thing. I don't know why, but he does. He's licking his lips. Look at him go.
You want the Unabomber to send you a package.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm very glad you owned it. Very glad.
Is it still based on the body movement stuff? The facial? No.
No, it's actually a model built around triadic formations. So
Oh, okay.
it is something different in that way. It's not to be confused with Enneagram, but it is
Yeah.
Trinity. So everything else, all their models are built around dualities.
Yeah. I've seen that for a while. There should be a way to divide things into threes.
Yeah. So this I think has done it successfully, but I'll let you be the judge of it. So far, I've sent it to I've sent it to 5 different people, and only one.
I'm number 6.
Gotten it. Huh? Yeah, you're.
How am I your number 6? Oh my God! Why was I not number 1? I'm so offended, Jay.
Because you're a number 4.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
that's how
Ben,
that works.
I didn't know, because last time I talked to you about this stuff, you're like, no, I don't wanna see it. I'm like, okay.
What? That's not me. That does not sound like me. That does not sound like me at all.
I think you were in a mood.
I've joined every 12 of your Discord servers every time you have a new.
I think you have joined everyone. Every time they blew up, yeah. But Ben, so I shared it with Lamb Sauce. He never got back to me. That's not surprising, right? And then I shared it with who else did I share it with? Oh, I shared it with Unison, and Ben, you remember Unison, right?
Yeah,
Zach,
I thought you had a falling out.
Zach got it like this, 15 seconds. And then I shared it with Nick. I haven't heard back from him. You know Nick. I shared it with a few other people you don't know. But so that's why I'm kind of hesitant to just share it with anyone, because like.
Oh, so you were working up to me. Okay, I get it now. Now it makes sense.
hey, you're included. You're always included. I'm including you.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah. Let me mute myself because I'm being rude.
Hey, no, you're good. Nico, you got some extra time on your hands now, right? Do you want to look at it too?
What?
I mean, you like the tie-dye.
Ben, where are you right now, man? Why are you breaking my balls? You on a mission?
No, I'm just,
he just likes CBT.
I'm going to go up to the what's it called? The station in like half an hour. So I got a little bit of time left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey, man, this conflict is close to being over. That's a good thing, right?
I don't think that's right. I don't think that's true. It's very close to being over. What?
Well,
No.
in its acute, well, say acute phase, but then again, it's always been in an acute phase. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I know. No, it's just it actually got extended now. That's what the ceasefire did. Extended the conflict.
I don't know, man. I'm not going to pretend like I got a solution to that fucking problem.
Good. I hope not.
Well, everybody else seems to have the solution, so might as well pipe up, man.
Like I have the solution. Do you want me to pretend like I have the solution, Ben?
You already do pretend like you have the solution, man.
Man, Nico, you're just taking left hook after left hook. Put up the guard, dude.
Gosh,
Yeah, he gets bullied in here. Poor guy.
I do. I get cooked.
Do you get cooked by your girlfriend?
Yes.
Oh,
I miss Dave. I have no one to slap around anymore. I gotta smack Nico. That's how it works.
Yeah.
You can hit back though.
Are we gonna see you and Nico and your wife and or girlfriend in 30 years? You'll be that couple that Annie was talking about earlier.
No.
you
No.
can't.
All right, Jared, you made an enemy out of two of us now. You're on our target practice.
Wait, who else did I make an enemy of? I thought I was just targeting Nico.
Okay.
Punching down, baby. I think I can take him.
I'd win.
Yeah, no. In all seriousness, the conflict is not even close to being over.
Yeah.
I mean, it could end tomorrow, but not through the whatever agreement is going on right now.
Well, I'm not really up to date on it. You know,
Yeah.
no offense. It's been going on for so long. I've kind of.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm not. You know what? That's the least offensive thing. That's the most amazing thing anyone can ever say. I'm not up to date on it. It's perfect because a lot of people aren't up to date on it, but they pretend like they are, and so
Yeah.
I think that's amazing. Yeah.
Well, Ben, keep in mind that like with our media, we're getting sketchy at best. You know, updates. You know, so
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. That's actually one situation where I kind of am not taking sides on it. You know what I mean? Like I can see why both sides are angry. I mean, I don't know. It's honestly one of the most complex problems right now in the world. I think like that conflict is just. I don't know if anyone has a solution for it. I mean, what do you guys want? Do you know?
Our hostage is back right now.
To the point where we're making so many concessions that to get them back. Yeah. And we're only getting a third back based on this most recent deal. They're going to keep 2/3 of them.
Why?
That's the deal they made. I don't know.
I mean, do you guys have proof of life?
Oh no, some of them are dead, but we still want their bodies.
Well, I know, but
Their families want to bury them. Yeah.
when you go in and you wreck entire cities like that, and then are looking for hostages, it's kind of weird.
Well, you're not wrecking cities to look for hostages
Only.
Okay, but
yeah.
Yeah, you forget the other option of I wreck a city because I hate the city.
No.
Well, you don't.
There are many reasons to wreck buildings.
But the thing is, though, the way they fight in the East versus the way they fight in the West is completely different. And in the East, they use artillery and everything else, and they go and they demolish buildings and they move it. Then they move in their tanks behind their infantry and do their thing. They don't have the ability to launch
So,
like multiple
they
pronged
claim
attacks
victory right now. Yeah.
Huh?
So Hamas claimed victory right now. Basically, is what they did.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous because basically it looks ridiculous to the West because you don't understand their mentality. You don't understand what their win state is. Right now, they have achieved a win state, and everyone here knows it. We've been defeated, just pure and simple, been defeated. And it's hard to even imagine that when you look at their city, when you look at the state of them, you look at all their leaders are dead. They still won.
Okay.
And like once you can wrap your mind around that, then you can sort of start understanding what the conflict is, what their actual goals are.
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah,
it seems
I know.
it just seems like just hurt you guys as much as possible and sacrifice all else. That's the only.
That's what it does seem like. Yeah.
Way I could see that them act. I could see.
And not get destroyed. Be able to do it again tomorrow.
Oh, they're kind of screwing up on that part. I mean,
No. If they so we're now locked in an agreement If they don't shoot a bullet at us, we can't shoot anything at them, and then the agreement's going to go forward. They're going to be able to keep 2/3 of the hostages, and they're going to be able to rebuild all of their stuff and take another 15 years to do this again. And they don't care if it takes 20 years, 50 years. Like,
That's what I'm saying. Their win state is not. The conflict is just going to get longer. Their win state is not now. Their win state is like way down the line.
I understand.
And yeah, I understand it too.
Yeah,
and I win state.
Never bury your enemies alive. You heard that expression?
Right.
Yeah. But get Spacey on here. I'm telling you, please get Spacey on here. Be so entertaining.
Yeah, he's welcome to join. Anyone's welcome to join.
I'll see if I can con him into joining us.
All right, let's con him.
Yeah, deceit. Let's go.
Use the AI. Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Yeah, I couldn't contribute much to the marriage discussion because I'm young and single. So I was taking notes.
Don't worry.
Is that
we'll
like is that a goal for you though, or like do you picture yourself married in like 10, 15 years?
For now, no, but I guess it could change. Yeah, no, I don't see myself anytime soon. Definitely not.
Yeah. Would you be okay, like, if you met a nice girl and you were with her for a long time, but you just didn't get married? Would you care? Would that be okay?
I think that'd be fine because I think, well, my perspective is that marriage is more of a legal thing, more
Yeah.
than a relationship thing. So then, yeah, I'd be fine. So, yeah. But I will say, if I was to get married, I would just go to Las Vegas. Just do it. For what?
You can go to the courthouse, it's closer.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, but
unless you really like Las Vegas.
no, the TV doesn't teach you that you can do that. So he's going to Las Vegas.
Yeah. My consume is very narrow. Yeah. See, I don't
Yeah, a
know.
lot of times when you go to a wedding and you see two people get married in a church, they're usually already married. They usually, like, they got the contract from the courthouse first.
Oh.
So the church thing is just like the sanctioned by God, the ceremonial thing.
Oh, I did not know.
Like, my sister was married for 6 months before her wedding.
Bruh.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Yeah, that's.
So is marriage a national thing or a religious thing?
Both.
Yeah, that's a pretty good answer right there.
It depends on the couple and what they tell you it is.
No.
Yeah, I mean, if they say, like, you know, we are married under God, in front of our family and in front of God, then that means something to them. But if they say, like, yeah, we
Right.
have this piece of paper in our filing cabinet, then, you know, it means something different.
But is a marriage valid if the state doesn't recognize it?
Not legally, but
No.
spiritually it is. It's valid to the people who got married and to their family. But yeah, I mean, there's certain things you would or would not be able to do legally. I called the state one time, Oregon, and I asked them if my partner and I could just file for domestic partnership. And they said, no, you have to be the same sex. So in Oregon, you can't have a domestic partnership unless you're gay.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
So it's just like different. I mean, it's different state to state, you know. And then there's like common law marriage. If you live with someone for more than 10 years, then it's a common law marriage and you have certain rights. But this address where I sleep and eat, I don't use legally in any other way. So there's no legal record of my name attached to this address. And so, like, I've tried to use that just as like a funny argument against Russ before. Like, this is a common law marriage. And he says, no, it's not, because this isn't your address. So you can't claim that. So, yeah, legally, I claim my office just because that's how the paperwork's easier.
Oh, yeah.
Well, somebody here woke up earlier than he should have.
W.
That was a short nap.
Aw. Yeah, that's an L, man. That means I have to deal with them getting grumpy. Yeah. But maybe he'll be happy.
He looks like he'll become a good Marvel Rivals player one day.
Marvel Rivals. That
game will be dead.
Yeah, it'll be dead long before that.
I hope.
Right.
Hey, so I have this weird thing that I crapped out when I was at work the other day.
Did you take a
Not
picture?
literally. I did, but it's not literally crap. No, I'm
Okay.
talking metaphorically. Okay, here, let me.
Was it purple?
It does have purple in it, yeah.
Oh.
Let's see here.
Oh, so it has
okay.
something to do with Wakanda.
So it's tie-dyed. There
No.
you go.
Oh.
No. Okay, so if somebody wouldn't mind letting me share this, and I don't know what this is. I don't know how I feel about it, but I'm bringing it on here to see if anything sticks. So the background here is I was listening to Destiny, the political streamer, argue with a centrist guy. He has a channel called PF Young, and they were arguing. And I feel like this is something I've been trying to figure out for a while. Sometimes when people are arguing, the way that they're arguing almost like about different things. And so I assume everybody can see my screen here.
No,
So I
we
was trying to
can't see it.
think.
Are you sure?
So
you can't.
do I need to do that?
Okay.
Do I have to hit present or something?
No, he hits
How's-
present, and then you add it. It shows up as a guest, so you can just add the
Oh, yeah.
guest.
Yeah.
Wait, Destiny, the crazy guy who's like the extroverted
Oh,
version
here.
of my type.
There it is.
I added it.
Yeah. Sleep last, double masculine. Yeah, he's crazy. Okay. So I was trying to think of like, and again, I made this in like 3 minutes just on a Word doc, but
It does have purple in it.
yeah, that's what I said. So I was trying to think
Could this
of
be
like,
considered as a form of tie dye if imprinted onto a shirt.
yeah, I think
He's
it would
got
be.
the seven layers. So the 7 means
He knows what he's doing. Oh, gee,
No, that
this
was
Saturday there's
recent.
supposed to be a conjunction of all 7 planets. Did you know that?
Oh, like
I didn't.
astrology.
No, not astrology, astronomy.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
The better
Like
form.
they're all in a line. All
Wait.
7 planets are going to be in a straight line
When?
from the
Oh,
sun
that's interesting.
on Saturday,
On
the 25th.
Saturday? Yo.
On the 25th. And apparently already you can look in the sky and all the planets are right next to each other. Like you can already see them.
wait, hold on. I need to see if there's like conspiracy theories on this.
No, there's nothing.
there will
Nobody
be.
cares about this kind of stuff.
Oh,
Are you sure
trust
there'll
me.
be somebody?
everybody's more worried about Trump.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Are you happy?
All right. Anyways, your seven layers. I can't
Yeah.
see what's written here though. I'm on a phone.
No. I can maybe zoom it in here. Let me throw this boy on the floor real quick.
Throw on the floor.
Consciousness. I see that. I think right. That's number 1. The bottom layer.
Yeah. 2 is social dynamics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me zoom my
Oh, that helps a lot. There you go.
So yeah, I was trying to think of like information because as Destiny and this other guy were arguing, Destiny, he brought up Vivek, the Indian guy who's running for like president or whatever in the US, and now he's in Trump's. Yeah, thanks for just pronouncing that correctly. So they were arguing about something he said, which was like the details were off, and Destiny was like flipping out about the fact that he got the details wrong, and he was going like, I can't trust Vivek anymore because he got these details wrong. So he's like, he's not a good source for the details.
DSI.
Yeah, but I was
And it
thinking
was
about
just
it, and the other
stupid
guy,
SE.
like,
Who gives
like, well, yeah, and
gives a shit if the details are wrong, bro?
yeah,
Destiny
But
does.
I'm thinking like, okay, but then the other guy's like, but he's like sitting here and he keeps literally saying like the vibes, man. He's like, it's more about the vibes. I don't care much about the facts. So like, okay, we can throw this into typology, but what I was thinking is like, at any point in time, you can find a person and they're going to be prioritizing some type of information as important. So what I was thinking is, and I just kind of crapped out again. So I was thinking like, how is information layered? So we have, as far as I could tell, number one would be like, you just have like consciousness and awareness of yourself in your own mind, which everything comes from that because we can't perceive outside of our own perception. But then I was thinking like, and then there's self embedded in there. Then I was thinking there are social dynamics. So then if there's a self, then there are others. So that's like another layer of information. And as far as I could tell, as this goes up, it gets more complex. Maybe, I don't know if I have it layered correctly. But then you have 3. So then you'd have, so this would seem like it's like a combination. And I understand that the like typology temperaments
Chris,
shoved in here.
I know.
I know sensory and events and stuff seems like it's more complicated, but I would say it's more simple than consciousness. It's pre-conscious.
See, and that's fine. The reason I put it here,
Yeah.
I actually made a distinction here as a layer.
Ah, nice.
Where there's what's kind of going on, I guess, like a personal. I don't know. I'm just. I was
To me,
kind
the
of
social
making
dynamics is probably at the top. Yeah, social dynamics is the most complicated one for me.
Well, I think you're right, but I think I think I'm saying the same thing up here. No, that's fine. I think I'm saying the same thing up here, but I'll get to that. So but no, I do see this as a very, very simple form of like the general things just happening. Everybody is perceiving and having an opinion on what's happening. But then you can get to the granular detail of what's happening, and this is where Destiny, as far as I can tell, is freaking out. And when I hear Destiny talk, what I was trying to figure out is like, how is he viewing the world? And if I actually have a different screenshot, but I didn't save it. Where to Destiny, these last 3 layers are they seem like they're in the granular detail. Like everything emerges, and I think that's like empiricism, is where everything is emerging just from the sensory facts. But then there, as far as I could tell, like the chair idea, where we're talking about like, is a chair real or is it really a bunch of atoms? Like at what point does an object become an object because it's made up of other objects, and we kind of seemingly arbitrarily split them up to what am I trying to say? Like, we have a concept of an conglomeration of things. So you take the multiple pieces of wood and you put them together and you make a chair. They're technically multiple pieces of wood, but we have like a pattern of chairs.
Object. There's a cognitive object, which is a chair. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So this is kind of what I'm saying, like layer 5 is, and these words aren't very precise. I just, again, made this real quick. So then as we have, if we have the social dynamics, put them wherever you want. I don't really care. But then we have kind of the general events. Then we have the granular details. Yeah. But then we have the ideas and the patterns. And as you conglomerate all these things together, then you get, this is all the is, but then you get to the ought. So the ought is, okay, what do we do with all of this crap that we have? So we have you, we have me, we have the things that are happening, we have these concepts of chairs, but then you get to things like morals and ethics.
Techno and logos.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but you can explain.
Technology, yeah. No, just referring back to earlier conversation.
Oh, okay. And then at the very end, I think I was thinking about it, and I'm like, isn't the spiritual? So people throw on the word spiritual, and I'm thinking, isn't the spiritual all of that combined plus going into the future in the best possible way? So it's like the perfect social dynamic, social harmony for everyone, and having to where we're making decisions in some kind of theoretically collective, like better form. So basically what I'm trying to figure out is like, how is information layered? And I feel like different people are processing this, how this information is layering in a different way. But sometimes people aren't separating them too, because like Destiny, I feel like he would just say like everything's here on level 4, and there's nothing more past level 4. So yeah. Anyway, that's my presentation. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Really? He'd
No,
say,
that's good.
He'd say only shit this. He'd say only
Got
shit
you.
is up to 4. That means he's like really fucking unconscious. Holy shit.
I saw something on Destiny this week, actually, which had to do with marriage. One guy was talking to him about his marriage and how he was bisexual and being with people outside of the marriage. And he was, oh, it's that same guy. He was like, your marriage is gonna fall apart. He's like, no, I'm actually quite happy. He's like, no, you're gonna be miserable. And anyway,
He's a
ended up
gooner.
getting divorced. Yeah. And
They were in an open relationship. Right now, he's actually in the muck because he leaked nudes of some lady he was with like years ago, and she didn't want him to leak the nudes. So yeah, he's a mess. He's an absolute mess.
Yeah. Anyways, that's what I saw about him this week.
The hell is up with Destiny, bro? That's
So when I first met Russ, he told me like that he needed me to be comfortable with open relationship, and I was like, I don't know. I really don't know if I'm built for that. And then it turned out that he is way more jealous than I am. So
Not surprised.
I thought it was interesting that like for me it was this moment where I was like, I don't know, this is really scary, but I really like you. Yeah, so I was pretty scared when he said that. And then it turns out like he's just way, way more jealous and probably loyal. And it's probably like my OE. That's just curious, that makes me less loyal or less jealous.
It also doesn't make you feel really safe in a relationship if someone's talking like that either.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, and and I think like the stability and the loyalty is more important to me than any curiosity.
Right. But yeah, like the important part is the action, not really the talk. And it sounds like he's proved himself to be different.
Yeah. Yeah, it just surprised me. I don't know. He was just so cautious in the beginning. Like even like told me like, no, we're never going to be together. Really, really
Like
pushed
non-committal.
Yeah, really pushed me away. And I think it was kind of like a test sort of, or it was his, his fear. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then I slowly crept in. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds kind of like he thought he wanted an open relationship, and then you proved to him otherwise that he like didn't. I mean, I assume. I don't know if you guys are. I don't know.
Yeah, he only had one other serious girlfriend, and she was quite a bit older, and she wanted an open relationship and was like explaining to him like the benefits of it. And so I think he was just younger, and he thought I guess philosophically that sounded true to him, but then in reality it doesn't work for him. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if it
well,
works
good thing
for
he didn't mess
everybody.
things up with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't work for Destiny.
Yeah.
Well, according to himself, he said he didn't lose anything, and there's no problems with it or anything like that. So.
Right. I believe him.
It's really hard for me, and we've talked about this in the community before, how like if you have an IP, it's like sometimes really hard to tell that they're a decider because they're so super even-tempered, and they seem like stoic and imperturbable, So like Russ doesn't really spike on observer stuff. Like he'll talk about it and be interested in it, but it doesn't upset him. And then I don't see a lot of decider things, except every once in a while it leaks out. So this other girlfriend that he had that was really serious, I said, well, she's in California. Like, don't you want to look her up? Just like see how she is after all these years.
No.
And he says, no, fuck that bitch. That door is closed. And so it's just these little moments where I'm like, okay, he closes the door on people. like in a way that I don't, you know.
Yeah, that sounds like somebody here on the stream who just wants to talk about things all day long, and then you get him talking about people, and he's like, "Oh, this is weird. Let's get out of this topic." Some guy, you know.
I just think
Yeah.
it's really obvious that I'm an observer, but it's not so obvious that Russ is a decider. Because it's not obvious that he's anything. He's just so calm and collected and contained that it's hard to see where he's spiking. Hey Nico, did they turn your bedroom into a exercise room when you went away to college?
No. This is the basement. My setup got moved. I guess I'll try and pan.
So they got rid of your bedroom. You don't have a bedroom anymore?
I do. I'll show it to you whenever it's more clean. But yeah. And whenever the hell that happens.
It'll happen automatically, I'm sure.
Not at all. Not at all.
What are you doing on your desktop right now?
Huh?
What are you doing on your desktop right now?
Dude, I'm just fucking around with aptitude tests.
Nice.
Well, what do you guys think? Should we call it a night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Appreciate it.
Yep. Cool.
And I'll think about your layers, Chris.
Oh yeah, if you want to. I don't know if it's worth it, but
Yeah, no, I'll take a look.
Memo, we'll keep in touch.
Thanks for sharing it.
Yeah.
I'll send you memes.
Thanks, Henny, for covering all the bases. Appreciate you.
Yep.
All right,
No problem. Bye.
Ben, good luck. Love you, Ben.